Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. We're continuing on with our Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. So I shall reconvene the meeting this morning at 9:03. Just as a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And with that one, if we can recall where we were at yesterday when we recessed, I believe we were with Mr. Magnus. Were we with some of your information? Or sorry, Ms. Serhan. We'll start with you, please.
Sure, thanks. I'd just like to recap yesterday and turn it back over to Public Works. I had Tracy Lynn bring up the restricted surplus spreadsheet onto the screen there. And just some things I wanted to note on there is you will see at the end of December 2032, there's quite a large deficit. That is from moving projects that were previously just tagged as tax revenue funded to restricted surplus funded. And that's why there's such a large deficit. That being said, what got left in the capital projects to be funded through tax revenue were the gravel road rehab program, the road construction admin program, which is mostly salaries, and then just the odd capital item that's not really significant as far as dollar value. So you can go through them and have a look on that capital summary detail page. That at the very end, the last funding source is tax revenue, and it lists each project that is funded through tax revenue, and they're like $20,000 or $30,000 items. And sorry, I just want to.
Sorry, you said 2032. My chart only goes to 2031.
Oh, sorry. Well,
So-
even 2031 has quite a large deficit at the end. 2032 maybe didn't fit on the page.
Okay, I just thought that maybe I was looking at the wrong sheet.
No, that's the right one. And so tax revenue funded totals are between that $6 and $7 million still, if we're including the gravel road rehab and the road construction admin, and then those odd smaller projects, which is typical of what is funded through tax revenue for capital projects in past years. So as you're going through the projects, I'm making note of, okay, if the committee seems to be in favor of keeping these projects in the priority list, then this is how much we'll have to put away from tax revenue into restricted surplus to cover those projects. And so vehicles and equipment, $1,050,000 additional. Bridge reconstruction, $2.8 million a year. That's figuring that we will get an average of $1 million a year in STIP grant funding. Facilities, an additional $1 million a year. And even then, we wouldn't get to the $17 million that are short in 2028. There would have to be some decisions made, maybe moving MSI, reallocating that to that project, but then we would need to fund paving and asphalt overlay through restricted surplus, which would make that additional funding into restricted surplus higher. And coming up is the core infrastructure deficit and to balance that to zero by 2032 is $1.8 million. So even with the ones we've talked about today or yesterday, that's an additional $6.6 million in tax revenue per year over the next 10 years to accomplish the things that you've talked about so far yesterday. So that's just to give you a summary. We'll talk about it again at the end of today once we get through the projects. And so if there's anything that you want to move, moving it down the line maybe seems like that might give you longer to save, but as we can see with the construction of the administration building went from 28 million to 40 million. So there are consequences for moving projects down the line and having to increase tax revenue even more to accomplish those projects. So there will be decisions to be made as far as prioritizing which projects you want, and maybe even having to choose between which projects get done and which ones don't. So, or increasing tax revenue quite substantially. And like I said, we'll talk about that again after we get through today's projects, and I'll turn that back over to, oh, maybe one more thing. I just wanted to talk about grant revenue again. Staff diligently look for grant revenue. Grants just don't exist the way they did 5 or 10 years ago. MSI has dropped. The annual funding is down below 3 million, right around that $2.5 million a year. And at one point it was $5 million a year. So those grant funding opportunities are just becoming less and less. So administration, of course, looks for every opportunity to fund something with grant revenue. It's just that the other government levels just aren't providing grants for everything. Clearwater County is lucky that they have been successful in obtaining STIP grants for the bridge funding. Not all communities are successful in those grant applications. So I think we are fortunate to be able to budget for $1 million a year on average for STIP funding. But yeah, there just isn't the granting opportunities that there has been.
Oh, Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, committee members. Maybe if I can lend some support to what Ms. Serhan has shared and expand on a little bit as well. She's absolutely correct. We've seen grant funding decreasing over the years, particularly the MSI funding from the province has been decreasing in value. There is a transition, as the Reeve referred to yesterday, to local government fiscal framework. The best we can hope for is that it stays consistent with where MSI funding is today, but there is a risk that it could be lower going forward. So the key message is, when we look at funding sources, grants are decreasing. So it's less of a certainty than it has been in the past. The reality of the decisions this committee and ultimately council make around these types of projects is that the more projects that get added, the more money is required. The more we defer projects, the more money is required. Inflation is having a significant impact on the county going forward. The more we change scope of projects, the more money is required. So while we may look at the restricted surplus balance and feel very happy that we have that money available, the demands on that money are significant, and it's so important that we prioritize and help you prioritize these projects to try and balance the funding side with the expenditure side going forward. Because aside from the grant revenue, the only other options available to county is essentially tax revenue and debt. And there's no other magic pot of money. So that's the reality of it.
Thank you. And I might just mention, at least from my perception on the new LGFF, is when times are good, there's lots of money, and when times are bad and we probably need the money, it's not going to be there. It's not creating that stable fund that is promised, I think, or at least the formula lends itself to giving more money when times are good. So that's could create that peak and valley effect in our revenues. So important we still maintain some reserves to help stabilize that. So I'll look across the room for the continuation of diving into, Mr. Hanson, please.
Yeah, so as we discussed a little bit earlier yesterday, in regards to the transition from the capital projects from operations to infrastructure, Mr. Magnus is in a much better position to talk about like solid waste, for example. I wouldn't mind going back to the solid waste central transfer site build and the background information that Mr. Magnus has, and that will be invaluable to this committee there to assist with the decision making.
Thank you. And Mr. Magnus, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanson. So yes, we left off yesterday with looking at solid waste and recycling. First and foremost, I will remind Council that this is funding right now is designated out of core infrastructure in regards to funding this, in essence, essential service. The projects presented here are directly an outcome of the solid waste and recycling master management plan. Again, that document is now on our website, and this is in detail in regards to not only the costs associated with implementing a plan, but what the plan looks like. And what we've done here is, over the next 10 years, is put in a portion of that plan. The plan in of itself goes beyond 15 years. And as I indicated yesterday, in essence, what this plan is going to do is, one, it's going to maximize the efficiency in regards to implementing and continuing on with the programs pertaining to solid waste and recycling. It's taking 10 transfer stations and having it go down to 7. And these 7 are centrally located in such a way that they still provide the service to our residents, but at the same time, and I'll just indicate to you some of the optimization of moving forward with this. One, reducing kilometers traveled by transfer trucks by reducing the number of transfer stations, improving average load weights hauled by transfer trucks, consolidating bulky material storage to reduce handling of these materials, and ability to increase number of days of operation of transfer stations without increasing staff requirements. And along with that, please keep in mind that as of April 1st, 2025, the Extended Producer Responsibility Program kicks in. And so what we need to consider is when that comes in, there has to be a point of consolidation in terms of collecting these recyclables. So I know there was discussion yesterday in regards to the central transfer station, and that is one of the projects in here, so I'll just jump to that right now. And it's shown as a project in 2024 and 2025 in regards to engineering, tendering, and then construction of that site. I know there was some concern in regards to that being the location. I know Deputy Reeve Malhave indicated that her recollection was just that it was a good site. You figure it was this location. That is one, but that isn't the entire story in regards to why that is the best place to have it. And I'll just touch on briefly some of those other attributes as to why that is a good site. As indicated by Councillor Malhave, Deputy Reeve Malhave, location, yes, definitely. In regards to that, just summarize in regards to that, the importance of this is that there is a population base of county residents that live within 20-kilometer radius of the facility. A good portion of the population is within 20 kilometers of that facility. So yes, it's very good in regards to that. In addition to that, road access. It's paved all the way up to that quarter section. Okay, and again, Clearwater County owns that quarter section. So we have a good road network to get to that location. I know Councillor Malhave was concerned about agricultural, using the entire site itself, given the current feasibility study that was done on that site, is half a hectare. We're looking at half a hectare, okay? So in terms of agricultural land, that's will be used up too. Third is the size. Because we own that land, we have the luxury of, once it's built, we can build it in such a way that if it needs to be expanded in the future, we have that luxury, that opportunity to do that. We're not limited by, okay, we now need to go search out another piece of land somewhere, and we'll purchase it, you know, maybe half a hectare, 3/4 of a hectare, something to that effect. But there, at that quarter section, availability is there to allow us to expand if we need to in the future. The site in and of itself is being used. It is the #1 site in regards to number of users in 1 year. For example, June 1st, 2021 to May 31st, 2022, we had a little over 27,600 users use that central station. And finally, it fits in with the as I call the part of Public Works operational area, which is more conducive to creating synergies, and it is compatible with the overall regional transfer system in regards to efficiencies moving forward, okay? So, having said that, that being one of the projects out of this entire study is obviously moving forward and designing and constructing a facility that is the consolidation point. Because once EPR kicks in, you need a site where the contractors, so whoever the producers choose to contract it out to, okay, to come to each of these municipalities and pick up the recyclables. You need a consolidation point. And the central transfer site is an optimal place for that, okay? And for the many reasons I've just mentioned before. Okay. So further to that, for council's consideration, and as we work through these, again, this is a 10-year, what you're seeing there is 10-year. The plan in itself is 10 plus, okay? And it's significant. For example, now, just to summarize the overall picture, what this looks like is these 7 sites consist of the following. And one, if you were to move forward and implement this entire plan, you're looking at the following: an improvement to the Klein transfer station, an improvement to the Faraway transfer station, obviously development construction of the central transfer station. Councillor Radcliffe will like this one. Upgrades, improvement to the Nordegg transfer station. Okay, that's a key one as well. Then, moving from there, it's the development of a southeast transfer station, whereby you would look at replacing the existing Caroline and Crammond sites. From there, development of an east central transfer station, whereby that would eventually replace the Leslieville and Crossroads transfer station. And then finally, way down the road, development of a south central transfer station, which would replace your Cow Lake and Everdale transfer station. Okay. Now, there's detail behind each of these transfer stations in regards to their ability and capacity and so on, okay? But that gets into the weeds.
Mr. Magnus?
Yes.
Councillor Ratcliffe has a question, I think. First even. Oh, I'm sorry. One of the first of many flashing lights, I'm sure, so we'll get to you.
Thank you. I have 3 questions, but my first one is how much land do we have at the Martin gravel pit?
Pardon?
How much land do we have at the Martin gravel pit west of town?
I don't know exactly off the top of my head. I do know that as we open each of the phases in regards to any type of aggregate pit, you're allowed to a maximum of 12 hectares per phase. And I think that particular Martin pit, I believe, has 4 phases, 4 or 5 phases total. So it's about 48 hectares, 50 hectares of land there.
Okay, no, I was thinking of, pardon me, of that as an alternate site. It's in a much more populated area. 2 highways join right there for access.
The Tetra Tech did look at other areas, and again, in terms of this accessibility and population density, the Central is still conducive to more so for that as a site than in that area.
Okay. Yeah, the meeting I recall was they just assumed that would be the site.
When you say they
The
assume
presentation from Tetra,
no,
from the consultant?
like you're saying that they assumed the Central Station site would be just where it is right now?
Yes.
No, it was part of the entire management plan in regards to its feasibility, if that indeed that is a good site. And as I indicated just earlier by the given points, it is optimal in regards to an entire efficiency of a transfer station network.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll go to Councillor Melhoff, please, or Deputy Reeve Melhoff, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. The way they presented it, they literally said it's the optimal location because we own the land. That's how they presented it to us that day. How does this fit into the joint use agreement? Have we talked to our joint use partner? Like, do they like the idea of a landfill in the joint use area? Or not a landfill, a solid waste central site. Do they like the idea in the joint use development area? Have we talked to them?
Couldn't respond.
Mr. Emmons.
No, so thank you for the question. Short answer is yes, we did have conversations, but not on a permission level. Given the usage, it didn't require acceptance, so to speak, because it's public utility. So it didn't require their blessing, unlike pretty much any other development in the IDP would have required agreement.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Follow-up?
Sure.
You've listed an excellent list of pros, and thank you, I appreciate that. Is there a list of cons? Is there reasons not to do it? Because I'm assuming with every pro, there's probably a con to go with it.
I'd have to review the management plan again, the study, and then I can get back to you on that in terms of their cons.
Perfect, thank you.
And Councillor Cermak, and then I'll come back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you for all this information. But am I the only one around this table that has not seen or heard of this study that happened? When was this study taken? Who by and when did we receive it?
It was presented twice in 2022. We had Tetra Tech come in twice to speak to it, and it was approved by this council in the 2021 budget deliberations for 2022.
Okay, sorry about that. I do not recall.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Starting off again. I fairly regularly get complaints about the Nordegg dump and the central site here. Would it be possible to have a better idea of what we're going to get for $6.5 million at this site so that I can respond to people about that? And you could do that offline if you have something as well.
Most definitely that, if council chooses, that can be an item that can come forward as an agenda item in a regular council meeting, definitely. Yeah, I can sit with my colleague, Mr. Hansen, and their capital project supervisor, Ms. Reglan, and we can sit down and put together an agenda item that can outline some of the details behind your luxury site to bare minimum. So I think and where the cost range would be for that. You have various options. And obviously, if council so chooses to move forward with any of these projects, i.e. implementing construction of a central transfer station to a permanent facility, then definitely that would be a discussion we would have with yourselves in regards to the options available, exactly what we would present you the bare minimum, what that site would need to have, and then you could, at that point, we would move forward with additional items, and that would also be presented to council, and you would provide us direction in terms of the level of service you would require at that site, accounting for the must-haves.
Okay. I would appreciate that, thank you.
Sure.
And Councillor Northcott.
I was just wondering into the future for a transfer site if there will ever be a need for access to rail or anything like that for transferring, you know, recyclables for metals or anything like that. I was just wondering if there was any information on that, if there was access to, maybe be needed to access to railway in the future.
Right now, I'll address the metals. So we do collect metals at the landfill, and every 2 to 3 years, once there's enough tonnage available, that is put out for bid in regards to companies submitting what they would pay per ton on that metal. So there's a collection point right now in regards to collecting metals, and we do collect to a certain degree metals at our transfer station sites, and that is taken to the landfill. And as I said, that is collected over 2 to 3 years until there's a significant quantity there, and then allows the metal industry, in terms of recycling metal, to put a bid in terms of amount per ton. Now, as regards to rail, that would be definitely something on its own that we would need to look at if that is even feasible. So at this point, no, we have not looked at in terms of course you would need the rail network nearby, or at least build near tracks or so on that has the ability to handle that material. But at this point, no, we have not looked at that as an option.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reid Lougheed. I would really very much appreciate a workshop or an agenda item on all of this waste transfer stuff. I know I said it yesterday, I don't like this price tag. I don't think we need something that extravagant. I need more of an understanding for why all of the stations need to be redone. I understand that the push bins and everything are not safe anymore and those reasons, but I don't get any complaints about them, so I kind of struggle to see why we need to be redoing all of them, and I'm okay with shutting some down when they're in close radius to other ones and all of that, but I'd like to discuss things too, like you're gonna be really annoyed with me bringing this up again, Director Magnus, but building for people to drop off non-electronics to share, and like Christmas ornaments, that kind of stuff. That's brought up to me very often that people would like that. And things I know I've heard of people being frustrated with, and I know other councillors, I think Councillor Cermak maybe brought this up before, people sitting in their vehicles at the transfer stations, and I've heard that there'll be people sitting in 2 vehicles at once, and if we need to like get buildings figured out to do that so that that's not happening, I would like to have discussions about all of those things too. And I'm guessing all of those things would affect this price tag as well. So I personally would very much appreciate an agenda item. I know we can't dig into all those things today, so thank you for that idea, and I would appreciate that.
Excellent comments, and I'll emphasize to council here as well. Ultimately, it is at council's discretion and decision whether you want to move forward in implementing the plan at all, or portions of it, right? Councillor Graham had a good point. In and of itself, the system is working. There's nothing wrong with it, short of needing some upgrades, and that is indicated here in these projects, particularly when it comes to making sure each of the sites we currently have are safe, okay? And there's some work that needs to be done at these sites to make sure that one, we keep the level of service, and it's the sites are safe. So again, you know, it's there, and the costs associated with, if it be council's desire to implement the entire management plan, the recommendations, so be it. But again, the system is not broken, okay? So excellent, thank you for making that point, Councilor Graham.
Mr. Emmons?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you, Yves Lahid. Truly, I believe this part of the conversation is almost unfair to council. There's so many pieces to the puzzle here. I would like to actually propose a workshop. Administration can schedule that. We've heard from previous council about the North Quarter, that the long-range plan, the location for a new admin building. Right now, this is not a drum that I beat through want but need. This organization is so segregated, it's inefficient because we're in so many different buildings. The cost of maintenance, heating, utilities in all these various buildings is also inefficient. And before we get too far down the road, just because we have a quarter, is that the right quarter? And can't unring a bell. There are so many pieces to the puzzle, and the permanent site of the central site, we've always said it's temporary for a reason, but allow Kurt Magnus to an opportunity to present the report, have dialogue, and look at other alternatives for a permanent site for Clearwater County's long-term home. I believe there's so many pieces to the puzzle here, it needs a workshop to even require further discussions, let alone decisions. So if council's, if that resonates well with council, administration would be glad to look at setting that up and bringing it forward in a different forum and a different platform where we can actually just hold a workshop, present facts, and go from there.
I think I'm seeing nods around the table that would be appreciated. I think that's a great path forward. Councillor Ratcliffe is off. Deputy Reid Melhoff.
Thank you, that would be much appreciated. In all fairness to Director Magnus, that was presented, like the study has been presented to us, it has been given to us, I have read through it. But it's one thing when you present them along with an agenda or with a budget piece and all the pieces that go with it and all the timelines to go with the study. When they're presented together, it's a different conversation than just here's the study and then separately here's the cost. So if we have the opportunity to work on those together, I think it full circle moment. So that would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Emmons?
And at no slight whatsoever to the qualified individuals that wrote the study. Nobody knows our backyard better than us. So I think it allows a local opinion injected with some unbiased facts to be presented and just discussed. But I also believe, as I've stated before, previous council put a 10-year freeze on the admin building to allow more opportunity for the public to witness us save and plan appropriately, and we've been doing that. And we're now 5 years away. And 5 years is a blink. So to have that also injected into the conversation and ensure the location of this future building serves our residents the best. And I think that opportunity can be provided because I do think these topics are related. So we will look forward to that future conversation.
Sounds good, and I'll turn the floor back to Mr. Magnus, please.
Thank you, Emmons. So just moving on here, I'll just quickly touch base here on just the what's being presented in the 10-year in regards to solid waste and recycling. First one, solid waste transfer station, waste transfer station, crossroads, demo, push pit. Again, that long short of it here is the push pit requires removal as it's no longer being used. Okay, we have trans stores there. We have 2 trans stores sitting there, so that push pit, it's, eventually needs to be removed. It's not causing any harm right now, but it's in there in regards to demolition of that push pit. That's also true with the Nordegg push pit. It's no longer being used. We have 2 trans stores out there as well. So at some time in the future, that will need to be removed. It's shown in 2024 as a demo there. Of course, the central transfer station site, we've talked about that. Then the Nordegg upgrades. So what we're looking there, that is part of the recommendations put forward in that study. Regardless, there are going to be upgrades needed at that site, and that would consist of bringing in another trans store, okay, some additional collection bins and so on, but optimizing that site for greater capacity in regards to tonnage, given the expansion of Nordegg.
Maybe if I could ask one question. Sure. You're referring to the trans stores. At one time, the trans stores, I think administratively, were not shone with a bright light. Let's just say that there was a differing opinion. It seems like now they're much more acceptable, or it's working better, or? Okay.
Exactly that, yeah. They've improved greatly in regards to the mechanics associated with and the upkeep, hydraulics, etc. Obviously, the manufacturers have recognized that, and they've improved upon the trans stores. Okay. So yeah, significant improvements to those.
Glad to hear that, because when a trans store was mentioned, I just referred back to maybe 4 years ago or so, when those were kind of shiny and gathering dust kind of thing. So I appreciate the update on that.
Of course, the next one, Far Line upgrades, that's into the future, 2028, 2029. Again, that is part of the plan if council so wishes to move forward with starting to implement some of the recommendations put forward. The solid waste site improvements, upgrades, all sites, that's a continual, so that's been put in there as well. We do need to keep those sites manageable and safe, so there's some upgrades that are required at our transfer station sites. And then the next one is solid waste Nordegg collection bins, residential. What this one entails is what we call clusters. So that's again looking at the level of service. What it consists of, so you look at the population base of a particular hamlet or village or town, and you actually see this in the mountainous villages and towns, is that they have what I call clusters, and they have so many 6 cubic yard or 4 cubic yard bins located at strategic sites within a subdivision, and that's where obviously the population goes, the residents go to dispose of their garbage. So that is something that we'll be looking at in 2024 to start implementing some of that. And again, then we start to talk about the various
A question from Councillor Ratcliffe, if we could.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Reeve. Regarding the Nordegg collection bins, I know the community has gotten a few grants to invest in bear-proof bins. Is this in conjunction with that, or will it replace that?
What we would do is we would work community in regards to in conjunction, in essence. Yes. Then,
okay.
Yep, you bet.
Perfect, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. On page 161, the site improvement upgrades, all sites, It's showing 2024, the budget year for it to happen, but the expenditure is coming through on 2028 for the pesticide containment to be removed, transitioned. I thought that that needed to happen sooner rather than later. In fact, I thought that was to happen in 2023. I thought we budgeted for it last year because we were no longer meeting the pesticide containment requirements.
Let me look into that. I'll have to see where we're at with that. I'll get back to council on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then the final ones here, the Southeast Central Station again, that's currently given for 2024, 2025, and that's to start to look at the potential of looking at a site for the Southeast Central Waste Transfer Site. Again, it's in there as 2024, 2025 for the time being, but that can obviously be changed to a later date if council so chooses. And then the,
I'm sorry, Deputy Reed Melhoff, please.
Sorry, thank you. Yesterday, we talked about how engineering and design and planning, et cetera, can often stale date. This particularly the different permits, et cetera. So this is being, the engineering, planning, and design is happening in 2024 for a build in 2031. Would then the permits, et cetera, not have expired, as explained yesterday, that why we don't want to be too far ahead on an engineering, planning, design?
yeah, I'd have to look at, again, the dates on this. We may just have to move that to better reflect when that site is being built.
Thank you.
Yes. Then we have our solid waste collection and transportation assets. So this is the roll-off bins, replace roll-off bins. And this might just end up going into capital equipment as well. So we'll have to relook at that as I think we could put that into our capital equipment budget. And the next one is the landfill recycle, diversion, bulk collection. This entails setting up drop-off bins, collection site at the landfill itself, much as what you would see in some of our transfer station sites for the collection of recyclables and such. So it goes back to Councillor Radcliffe in regards to his division and some of the concerns presented in that area in regards to more accessible site, in regards to dropping off recyclables. And this is something we heard, so we're considering, a consideration is to utilize the landfill in that manner as well. And then the next one is the landfill leachate evaporator. So leachate is the collection of leachate and disposal of the leachate can be a large operational cost. So we continue to look at ways of mitigating the leachate, and this particular option allows us to potentially reduce the amount of leachate that needs to be hauled away on a yearly basis. It's again something we look at in terms of efficiencies and technology that's out there, so that's for consideration as well.
I might just ask, this council probably isn't as familiar with the leachate concerns there. Is that leachate amount stabilizing? Is it increasing, decreasing? Is there any major updates to that particular aspect of that,
Yeah, we did some upgrades last year in regards to that. So I guess we're gonna find out here once we see what kind of precipitation we have this year. Prior to these upgrades that were part of the capital projects last year, it really correlated with the amount of precipitation per year. When it was a wet year, our leachate climbed proportionally to it. Dry year, very little. So prior to the implementation of these mitigation measures, it was entirely based on amount of precipitation. So long and short of it, has it stabilized? Yet to be determined.
Okay.
We'll find out, yeah.
and this proposal or evaporator
Yeah.
is a mechanical process to reduce the amount of water, I suppose, in this,
Yes, you are correct.
in this mix?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
reduce the haulage or the,
Exactly, because we've had years since my time here where we've just about touched on $700,000 in hauling costs to manage that leachate. And so we continue to look at what can we do potentially on the capital side of things, implementing mitigation measures that could help us decrease those operational costs.
and this evaporator would then reduce those operational costs, but I imagine there would be some operational cost for the evaporator as well?
Yeah, it's, without going into great detail, in and of itself, the evaporator, as you see, 100,000, and the individuals that are out there right now would be able to manage it and operate it, so it's not a huge burden on our personnel out there currently. Yeah, it's minimal in terms of operational cost on our side. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then the next one is industrial cells maintenance. So there are requirements as by Alberta Environment Parks, as issued by Alberta Environment Parks, in regards to continuing to maintain these industrial cells. And the final one is your cell 3 development. And that one's put in for 2028. If we continue with the current tonnage and that remains stable over the next 4 years, we can anticipate construction of cell 3 in 2028. And just further to Rhonda's comments in regards to, right now we do have a fund set aside, restricted surplus fund set aside for the cell 3 development, and Rhonda can correct me if I'm wrong. It's just sitting a little over 1.1 million, it's $1,176,482. And if we stay on track for construction in 2028, we would need annual contribution of $581,000 per year over the next 4 years to help fund that. Now, having said that, as you recall, not too long ago here, Council did first, second, third reading of bylaw for solid waste and recycling services and the fees and rates. And in that agenda item, we indicated that 2024 will be operating at full cost recovery of that landfill, which includes the $581,000 per year set aside for this cell. So that what we get out of that, and this is prior council's direction, that it be at full cost recovery to also count for setting aside to develop the third cell.
Ms.
Okay.
Ms. Serhan? And then I'll go to Councillor Swanson, sorry.
Yeah, yes, you're correct, Director Magnus. And, excuse me, I just want to confirm that cell development at $3.5 million will likely be that. I think the last one we built was just over 3 million.
Yeah, 3.1.
Yeah, so we might have to revisit the total cost of developing that cell. Just at 3.5, it doesn't seem like it's increased as much as it needs to by 2028, so. And then the revenues from that landfill in excess of operations would go into this restricted surplus account.
And Mr. Hagan, I know your light has been on for a bit, no? Councillor Swanson then.
In the past, have we got grants for landfill cells in the past, either to open or to close?
Yes, we did.
And
For
those are no longer?
we had one for the cell 2, and I believe it was 1.5 million, potentially at least $1 million. And that would be something we would definitely look into again.
Okay.
And then,
Continue, please.
okay, that concludes the solid waste side of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're jumping back into Nordegg here for the utilities portion. The next slide after this one. So there again, through the transition from operations infrastructure, Kurt would be likely better to speak to most of these, but it's still the capital cost for the maintenance of the water and wastewater system in Nordegg in general. These aren't typically associated with the Nordegg development as the due to, due from account. These were typically paid for from tax revenue. Now we've lumped these into the core infrastructure category. So starting right off, we have the Nordegg sanitary dumping station, the trailer. So as this council would recall, we had that discussion at budget. Weren't too keen on the location. This year has been, the planning is still ongoing there for a alternative location for a RV dumping station. It's, I think, actually pending the outcome of our South Access Road application might weigh heavily into the final location of this RV dumping station. If, for example, an application was denied, is that still the best location if we can't utilize that as a through route, if it was going to be on that? We still believe that's to be on the north end of the existing hamlet, of the south part of the hamlet. But if, for example, that road weren't have that loop connected with that new South Access Road, that might change the conversation for the RV dumping station. So we are looking at options there, but that is another thing at play. I believe that one is, I can't tell for sure, that is core infrastructure funded, Mr. Ann? It's not, that wasn't another funding source for that one? Okay. So nothing will be happening with that project until it's revisited by council again. It's 2024, but it was bumped from 2023 to 2024. Moving on. Nordegg water meters, of course, that's been a desire of council to have a better monitoring system of the water usage in Nordegg compared to the flat rate fee. So there's a larger capital expenditure for the software and all the startup gear to get this moving, and then there's a consistent annual investment. Hopefully we're spending $10,000 a year in water meter upgrades. That means we're selling that many lots. Of course, it would be subject to how many properties are actually sold to what the expenditure would be. Okay, moving on.
Councillor or Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. And is that recovered then? Is there, once we hit like a certain amount of users, is that cost recovered within the user fees of the SCADA system?
I'd have to defer it to Kurt to see if that calculation had been, was used when the determination of the water meter system. There again, coming in late in the game, I'm not sure if,
Like, I understand it might
case.
not happen right away, because you
Yeah.
won't have enough people online, but is there like a 50%, 75% usage, where we hit
The,
recover?
the bylaw again was just recently passed
Yeah.
here, early in the year in regards to our water, wastewater rates and fees. So we've established, if council may recollect, fees associated with the, water meters themselves. We would, that hamlet was, set up to account for, I believe, 1,500 people, 2,500 people, right? The system, the current wastewater system, water system. Now, I'll correct myself there in regards to the water system. As the population increases, there'll be upgrades to the water system itself, so an additional reservoir and so on. And I believe that is one of the projects that both Eric and I can touch on here as he moves through it. The fees were set in such a way that as of right now, we are not achieving full cost recovery. If we were to do that, those fees would be astronomical, and it would be unattainable for residents. It just cannot. So I can't give you right now to what percentage, how close we are, whether it's 50%, 75% or whatever. But right now, the remaining ratepayers of Clearwater County are subsidizing those rates.
Thank you.
so the next item there, we'll get Mr. Magnus there to assist with this one as well. That's a very large investment by 2030 for a mechanical system in Leslieville, when we just invested $9 million in the treatment system there currently. That'd be an incredible demand to justify between, 2023, 2024 to, in 6 years to require a full mechanical upgrade. But perhaps there was other conversations at play that I'm not aware of.
Mr. Magnus?
Yeah, so that 12.5 million was a placeholder, and this, a placeholder in regards to if we ever decide to tie in any of the remaining hamlets, Withrow, Alhambra, Condor, if that be the case. So that's there. Can't see that happening right now for Condor with the upgrades that have occurred there in regards to the lagoon system itself. It's set up for, I believe, up to a population of 500. And we have a new sanitary lines, again, upgrade to the lagoon, the lift station, and so on. So that money you see there accounts for the fact that at the very least, if we ever had to tie in Withrow or Alhambra to the Leslieville facility.
And is my understanding that's just upgrades to that facility to allow that? That's not actually tying those hamlets in, or that is that number?
We would not require any further upgrades to the, as far as I can gather, what's being done there now has the capability to bring on these two hamlets if we need to in the future.
So the 12 million is to tie the hamlets in?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's your sanitary lines and so on.
Okay.
Yes.
So I really would leave it up to council if they want to leave that in in a 6-year plan, or if that needs to be pushed out farther. It does say construction of a regional mechanical treatment system, so that needs to be confirmed, but that's the semantics of whether it's the lines or the mechanical treatment thereof is still it's in a 6-year plan, it's a very aggressive build on that significant system there with a limited population growth of either of those areas, in my opinion.
I know the 2028 year is a very big year as well, so adding multiple projects in a 2-year might be worthwhile of reconsidering the priority list of that project, but that is some time out in the future as well. So. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I'm assuming the description is just not accurate on this one, because I thought that the Leslieville site, once it was completed, already had external haul, and this is saying this would make external haul possible.
No, you're correct.
It's just-
This was part of the entire description in regards to the facility in itself and having the capability of bringing in those hamlets. So that wording would change for our budget deliberations.
Sounds good, and yeah, I would be in favor of pushing this out. We need to find a feasible need to do that before it can sit on a 10-year plan even, I think, potentially.
Councillor Graham.
A few months ago, I certainly would have been pushing for this, but after having a meeting in Withrow and talking to them about their water and their wastewater systems, they all assured me that their water's great and they've resolved that problem. And whoever the problem was historically, I don't know if they moved or just took care of their business, but they're all good to go there. So I would be okay with pushing this as well. They didn't seem to have a huge desire to hook up right now. I know there's a lot of fear in the community that it was going to be put on their taxes to hook them up. So it's good to see that if this were to go forward, it would be from restricted surplus, not put on the, I don't know how many residents are in Withrow, but that would be a huge hit. So that's nice to see, but I too, knowing that they're all good and safe there and their water's great, I'm fine pushing this back as well.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you for that information, Councillor Graham. That's very useful. And your comments as well, Director Hansen. Should we even delete this until we start to see development in that area that would justify this expense?
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that's an excellent question. Keep in mind, this is a 10-year capital plan. And the word plan implies that we're intending to do this as an organization. So I would challenge the committee to keep that in mind when you're looking at these things. If, you know, as opposed to just having these placeholders for things for the committee to think about in the future, that's a little different than a plan, really. So I think it's a very fair question and would encourage the committee to discuss these kind of things.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Well, in considering the philosophy that yourself and Ms. Serhan mentioned yesterday, going, you know, we want to build restricted surpluses for projects, we would then theoretically have to start saving for a project that sounds like between Councillor Graham's comments and Councillor Radcliffe's and my own, that we at this point have no intention of doing. So having it on a 10-year plan with no actual want to do a project and then have to build a restricted surplus for a project that is more than 10 years out, perhaps is not the best way. So perhaps removing this until we have a feasible reason to start saving for it would be the best answer.
Councillor Cermak.
With those comments, where do we want people to live if we want them to move to Clearwater County to get a more tax base? Isn't these hamlets the natural place for them to go? So we should maybe supply some water and wastewater services to these hamlets, and we have the advantage to do it, so why not leave it in there?
Mr. Hansen.
I guess I just wouldn't want to get confused with the the regional, like this would be tying in those additional hamlets into the larger system, where I would argue that the likelihood of, you know, when we have our MDPs or area structure plans completed, sorry, of the hamlets of Condor and Leslieville, that the immediate growth pattern would be along the fringes of that, so where the, you know, the support system's already there. I think it would, you know, include a large amount of growth actually to justify the need. You know, we've done an upgrade in Condor, we've done the upgrade in Leslieville, you know, and Alhambra, we don't even have a area structure plan for it. It has no growth plan, so the idea of just constructing a mainline connection out there isn't even really feasible until we would have an area structure plan that would support future development there. I think what I would like to see, which most municipalities happen, of course, is if the development was gonna happen around Condor and Leslieville, that it would be a developer that comes in, puts in all that infrastructure, ties into our main infrastructure, so that we wouldn't have this expense as a county expense. That would be a developer expense. But this, being the regional system, I don't see the need in the connectivity today with the amount of growth that we have seen.
And I think if I recall correctly, a number of years back, there was a growth study done here, and they identified 3 hamlets, I believe, as growth hamlets: Condor, Leslieville, and Nordegg. And then kind of some of the, because of those amenities that were already in place, some of those utility services are there. That's how they defined out that the growth could start to occur in those places. And then, ultimately create an opportunity to tie the remaining hamlets in at some point in the future as their growth demanded addressing communal services at that point in time. I think that's what was suggested by that study. But Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I agree with both Director Hansen and the Reeve. And when we were looking at everything, for your question directly, Councillor Cermak, where are they going to live? The 3 growth hamlets that were identified are the ones that we've been putting a lot of our efforts into. So I would hope that would be where they would live.
I know that there's people moving into the Alhambra area. I think they've had some growth there in the last 4 or 5 years.
That's something for us to keep an eye on.
Yep, for sure.
And I think that's an important thing to recognize too. We don't really, we allow people the free choice of wherever they want to live in Clearwater County. The only thing we do is we have to limit our involvement with providing those services, and so we've defined those areas as places that we've create those services in. And of course, area structure plan might have something to help us with in that aspect too. Councillor Swanson, please.
For me, my observation has been that, you know, from transitioning from a council to council, sometimes projects are not carried forward to the next council, and maybe it might be this is just a suggestion, or, you know, kick it out there, is if a project comes off the list, maybe there becomes another column where that project is on the column, and the year it was discussed, maybe the rationale, so that as future councils there, it's still hanging in the wings. It's not that it's not important. It was discussed, but just as more of a background maybe for future councils to know, okay, if we take this off the list, it goes on another, I'll say, project list, reason by, like put it in an Excel spreadsheet, whatever, and just say rationale it came off, reason being is that right now, unless future growth comes exponentially, that we'll throw this back on. Because I understand how things get lost. I mean, I have a few projects in my division that have come off for different reasons, and it would be nice if that's still on for future councils. So just a suggestion. And I'm okay with taking this off, but I definitely it needs to be bumped in the future. I mean, short of us getting an influx of another 11,000 people, I'm sure we'll be fine.
I can't imagine what would make that occur. I can't imagine it. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you. I love that suggestion because it gives that council to council continuity, if not in a document form. Like, 'cause that's, I think, sometimes the things that is missing between council. Like if an entire council was to be was to be gone, then that continuity, it leaves with them. So this gives the ability for the new council to go, hey, they were thinking of this and they hadn't saved for it because it wasn't on the priority list, especially with the philosophy of wanting to have a restricted surplus for all future projects that would align with that explanation of why there wasn't a fund built for that project. I think that's a great idea.
I think it's one of the challenges and one of the good aspects of looking so far into the future. 10 years into the future is a couple of councils down the road, and you know, circumstances change, policies change, really everything related to our community changes over that time. So it's nice that we have a look into the future and create an asset management plan that kind of addresses some of the things that we think could occur, and have you know, it's really a long-term discussion of where we think we're going and what's going to be a priority as we move forward, and that may change depending on who sits in these chairs. And you know, like I say, 10 years from now, it may very well be a completely different set of faces around the room. But, Councillor Graham, please.
I just wanted to voice my support as well for that idea. I think that's a wonderful idea. Mr. Hanson.
So I just did want to confirm, Mr. Rand, like, you know, it's great to even talk about, you know, the plans for this. A savings account for sewer wastewater systems, not sewer systems, wastewater systems is still a good idea. Now, I just want to confirm that it was $6 million at the end of 2024 with no projected expenditure beyond that. I thought we actually used up the entire sewer reserve under the utilities.
Ms. Sirhan?
Yeah, I was looking at that also. There was less expenditure in 2022 than we expected, and I don't know if we've increased the sewer expenditure in 2023 to compensate for what didn't happen in 2022. So it's on my list of things that I want to reconcile, so.
Yeah, so I think it's, my recollection, I think it's very optimistic there will be $6 million left in that sewer reserve once we do the final reconciliation here. I believe it's actually been, I think it's done.
Used, yeah.
Yeah, because it's a $9 million system, and there was barely that, wasn't even that much in the reserve. But regardless, I still think it's important to, you know, a wastewater system, whether it be in Lesterville, Condor, or Withrow, or, you know, more locally around, maybe it's Caroline, maybe it's Rocky Mountain House, that a wastewater line was extended to hook into additional development. That's been a reserve that was large and healthy, and now I'm pretty sure it's been depleted to zero, so I would still have council consider that as still a good savings plan for if the situation changes in this system or somewhere else, that, you know, we should be trying to pump those reserves back up.
I think that's extremely prudent. You know, ultimately, there's some services we provide that we just can't have an interruption in those services. If the toilet doesn't flush and they turn the tap and water doesn't come out, that becomes job one. So no matter what's happening with our roads or other infrastructure, we still have to have those basic services. Maybe at this point, we'll take a 15-minute break and be back at 10:30, please. Oh, sorry, miss a chance to be enlightened.
Thank you, Reeve. And I just wanted to catch council before you go into a quick break. Building on what Mr. Hanson was talking about, we have, you know, a pending partnership with the town of Rocky for that exact service. That will be an expense coming forward. And also, you know, the importance of yesterday and today for council, you know, some of the key tasks that this council will have is deciding on project priorities. Every priority dictates the dollar and sets that. The assumption of provincial grants, we never want to put ourselves in a position of relying on that. We have Nordegg's a great example. We have many projects that at one time were funded and now are the grant funding, the grant is still there, but it's unfunded. So there's no dollars to apply for. So relying on that. The conversation of tax revenue needing to increase to accomplish everything on the capital plan. Again, going back to the importance of setting that priority and the vision of this council. Are the priorities in the year that council is set on and wanting to accomplish this project, if it can wait, is that appropriate? And of course, the service levels, when we start talking that, every service level comes with a cost. So just wanted to put that out for council's consideration as you're working diligently through this strategic planning session, yesterday and today, and why we're here and the importance of that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons. And with that, I think we'll take that 15-minute break and be back here at 10:38. Welcome back, everyone. After our recess, we continue on through our strategic planning session, and I'll turn the floor back across, I believe, to Mr. Hanson.
Thank you. So I'm going to try to expedite this process a little bit farther there. We still have a lot of material to go through. This Leslieville replacement sanitary system is a continuation of the project, of the existing project for the last 2 years. So in 2022, we started doing some of the upgrades to the sanitary system. This year, there's the completion of that contract, and then for 2024, there's the remaining portion, which was some lift station upgrades. For restricted surplus, I believe that was, if it isn't, it should be the Leslieville Sewer Reserve. Rhonda, can you? Oh, sorry, I was. So I just said, it doesn't show which restricted surplus that is specifically coming from, which I wish it would. It says restricted surplus, so that either could be core infrastructure, but it likely should be Leslieville Sewer, as we have that cost recovery. We have a small, not a small amount in that restricted surplus there, so that should be funded from there.
I might just ask, on that particular job of repaving after things are dug up, that's in a different place. This is specifically just for those mains.
That's correct. So yeah, there's the main work that will be completed this year. This is mostly associated with just the lift station itself, and then the paving will be reflected in a different budget item there.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm sure you know the question I'm gonna ask here today. How have we engaged the public on this particular project so that we don't have the same type of pushback the way that we've seen in Condor? Want to make sure that they're fully aware of what is going on and fully engaged right from the start.
Yeah, public consultation is very important. You know, specifically when we're doing major grade changes in a hamlet such as Condor. That's not happening in Leslieville. There's not it's not a major grading project there to, you know, dealing with drainage issues. We're blessed in Leslieville that the hamlet drains very well, and there's not a pre-existing drainage issue. So most of this work is repairing the sanitary system, and then milling out the existing infrastructure where it ties into our hard surfaces like our manholes and our existing sidewalks, and then overlaying it. So it certainly doesn't have the involvement with the public and interfering with private property, et cetera. There's some areas where it does need to be adjusted, and those people would be contacted directly. So we haven't had a community meeting or anything in that regard to this type of work. That isn't historically something we've done if we're not going to be impacting the area residents to that extent. I'll leave that back up for debate.
Can I follow up?
Sure, and now I'll go to Councilor.
Thank you for that insight. Is there an opportunity to at least do like mail out or something being like, hey, this is what we're doing in your community. This is the project that we're doing. This is how it could affect you. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, get a hold of Sydney. I mean, Councilor Graham. No. And how they can get in touch with, like, it's not a huge population base, so perhaps just a quick mail out to that group going, this is what we're doing. It'll also let them know that we're doing this amazing investment within their community and gets them involved in what's happening.
Yes, that's absolutely possible. A good communication strategy to the community specifically, as well as our website, to discuss, you know, the improvements and the plans are being changed. Like I say, thank goodness we're not doing the extent of a rehabilitation in Leslieville as what has happened in Condor. And we definitely have learned from a consultative perspective, you know, how much more could be done.
And Councilor Graham, please.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Malhoff. I was gonna ask that question as well, so I appreciate it. And I think that a letter being sent out would be wonderful as well. And a little bit off topic, but the paving came up, and I know I've already sent you an email, Director Hanson, but just to put it on council's radar as well. When the paving happens, it's been brought to my attention the importance of the width of the road in front of the hotel. Right by the mailbox is kind of there, but I believe it's a little past them or a little before them, but people, when they come in with their stock trailers to stop for dinner, they park there. So it's very important to the community that that road is kept wide and accessible for large vehicles and stock trailers. That is all.
Thank you. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to add my comments along that line. Certainly if stakes appear out in Nordegg, questions start being asked. And so I think it's a good proactive move to inform the community associations or whatever about what's happening in the community. And I think it also helps show the responsibility we're taking and how people's taxes are being invested in the county. So I like the idea of some advanced circulation.
And I'll agree that a bundle of lath can increase communication 100-fold, just very low investment, and we get people inquiring, asking questions. Mr. Hanson?
Okay, moving on. Condor paving, so this is the continuation. Condor paving is 2023. That's a 2023 project that's left in. Condor paving is scheduled for 2020.
Oh, sorry, Eric, I thought I did.
I think it says 2024. Just scroll down to the next page there.
My understanding was that paving was to be completed
As was
in
mine.
2023?
I don't know if there's been a, I'm sure it's in 2023. But this is,
Oh,
the,
Oh,
is
oh
there
yeah, quick. Okay, I see
Condor
the
paving?
page
Oh.
117, and then the next one.
So then the next one jumps to
118, but-
Lesleyville? So we scroll down to the next?
So Condor is for sure.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah,
yeah.
so,
Yeah.
yeah, I see it there now.
There's a little bit of a frantic flutter there. That's, no, we're paving Condor this year. We're gonna do absolutely our best, so really, no, I'm good now, no. So right into Lesleyville paving for 2024. So once all the underground work's done over the last couple of years here, this project's going to be what we just discussed. There's a milling out around the hard surfaces there, doing an inlay in where we can, getting that structure updated, adding that project onto other paving in the area. We've deferred Bunch Road till 2024. That was back in the asphalt overlay program, so that'll be added to the 2024 budget, as well as the access road going down into the Lesleyville recreation area. So this is the budget allocation for that. Funding source, Mr. Rand, can you help me out with what the restricted surplus has been identified for the Condor paving? It doesn't show which restricted surplus it comes from on this document.
What's the job number?
UGM 016. So paving reserve. There again, you'll see through that restricted surplus sheet there that we've diminished that reserve schedule, or restricted surplus schedule there almost to absolute zero, with our paving ambitions. So it's something that should be considered when we're looking at, putting money away for future use. Next, if there's no questions.
Not seeing any lights at the moment.
So gravel pits, there again, transition from operations to infrastructure. This is reflected now in our budget. There's a cyclical use of $2 million to purchase or acquire new gravel pit or stockpile areas. I don't believe there's anything itemized for 2025, but it's always been in our long-range plan for $2 million every few years to to maintain our gravel supplies.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. I understand that it's within policy for 100 years worth of gravel at any given time. Do we roughly know what that is right now? If we were to guess.
Mr. Magnus, please.
So currently, if we stopped moving forward with purchasing any further land in regards to finding aggregate resource, and we carried on with all the pits we have right now and worked them to depletion, it would give us the 100 years. So we're sitting, if we stopped right now and we just used the aggregate that we have in our current pits, we have our 100 years.
Because there was a rumor floating around that we had about 115, that we were definitely over our 100. So I just was curious on the need and feasibility of ensuring that we still have a 2 million, or if it would be more appropriate for us to have a restricted fund of the 2 million sitting there, ready for if we need it, but not actually actioning it on an every 3 or 4 year basis until we actually see a need.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Lahid. So perhaps this might help, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Having the money there available benefits Clearwater County on the basis if we find an unknown source, especially east of Rocky Mountain House. Whether it be Stauffer area or even Gimlet area, those two areas, what we look for is efficiencies there. We have captured policy and we have that 100-year requirement, but it's location as well for administration. The cost of trucking when we get into those areas get exceedingly expensive for graveling per mile. So having the availability and opportunity if land comes up through, I myself have researched out seismic data. When I was Director of Planning, I was one of the key members that coordinated an aggregate map so that when multi-lot or acreage parcels were proposed, does it conflict or potentially stagnate an unknown gravel resource? So getting that data compiled, and every year there's free excavation where we get to see potentials and having that money available. So it's not just securing the 100-year, but it's also location if that also helps. But yeah, it's not a scheduled thing that we need to flip this money over or utilize it, but having the availability of securing a resource in a strategic location as well.
Follow up?
Please.
So the reason I ask is because if we're going towards this philosophy of ensuring that we are having a restricted surplus that we save for annually, then this would show that roughly $500,000 should be going into that fund every single year. But I would challenge administration on that if we do not actually have a feasible need for that resource. I understand if something comes up in an ideal location, 100%, let's be prepared to action that. But if we don't have a requirement to make sure that we're sitting at the 100 because we're already over that, provided it's not a location thing, I would challenge the requirement to have a $500,000 annual into that particular fund.
And respectfully, that's why we're here. We're challenging council with that very question.
Maybe just, I'll go to Councillor Swanson, but after my quick question here is, just understanding that resource, does that mean we actually own that resource, or do we have an option on that resource? Mr. Magnus.
We have secured that resource when it comes to public lands. So we have a number of pits that are considered crown land, and we also have a number of pits that we own, that Clearwater County is the sole owner of that piece of land.
So then, am I correct to assume that depending on its location within Clearwater County, it could be on crown land or in the green zone? In that case, we have an agreement or an option to extract that gravel at some point of time in the future that's enduring. And then in order to get that same thing on private land, then we must own the private land, or can it just be an option on that land, is what I'm looking at. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Vlad. So we have not pre-secured any projected aggregates on someone else's deeded quarter. If it's private, Clearwater County owns it and retains it. For example, when we incorporated in 1985, one of the properties we took over from ID10 was actually a tax recovery and rate and transition, and it has 18 feet of aggregate, and it's down in the Schrader Creek area on the old Sundry Road. And we've never had to disturb that because we had other sources, the Irwin Pit, for example. But that is there, that is deeded to Clearwater County, and it's an aggregate source waiting to be mined. So yes, if it's deeded property, it's owned by Clearwater County. Otherwise, it's Crown. And I think it's important at this time, just for council's information, Clearwater County doesn't pay royalties to the Crown for the aggregate if we only utilize it for our sources. If Clearwater County, and that's why back in the day, Clearwater County used to sell aggregate to our own residents. That policy was abolished years ago because the province of Alberta said, if you're selling aggregate, it's a business and we're charging you royalties. If it's used for your public roads, then it's royalty exempt for a municipality. So on the Crown land, we of course have a liability for reclamation. We have those costs, but we do not pay royalties, if that helps.
Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Swanson.
As you all know, gravel's near and dear to my heart too, so. I think the philosophy is prudent, understanding that other municipalities close to us, like the County of Wetaskiwin and County of Lacombe, are running out of that resource. So I think it's our due diligence to ensure that our residents' roads, or that are public as well, are being taken care of. So I look at it as a much needed resource for the future. In this particular, I can understand that a $2 million hit every 4 years seems a little blunt, but knowing that versus, I don't know, maybe what we call dollar cost averaging, maybe 500,000 every year would be a lot easier to take as far as a budgeting point of view. But the same token, that's also very easy to take out as well. So although I can understand the angst of a $2 million hit every 5 years, I think it's prudent that this council continues on that trend.
Okay. And I might probably add, from my perspective, we use a lot of gravel in Clearwater County. That's probably a very low cost per meter or per yard for having that gravel resource. I think all of us have had to order up a load or two of gravel and understand how expensive it is right now. If we had to pay commercial or consumer rates for gravel, so it's great to have those resources to try and support our community through the services we provide. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification here. Is this $2 million to acquire land, or is it to open a new pit?
Mr. Magnus?
That 2 million would account for not only purchase, but typically to get it to the point where we have the ability to mine it. Yeah,
So both then?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. For example, the last one we purchased, which was the Smith Pit, once all was said and done, including purchase, and to the point where we were ready to mine, it was just a little over 1.7 million. And that was a good 6-7 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, I guess, as we look at that restricted surplus there, I'm sure that'll be probably the exercise at the end as we're looking through the balance of these restricted surpluses. You can see, according to that column there, we have $4.4 million existing into that restricted surplus, knowing what the expenditures are. Does council wish to actually reduce that restricted surplus, set up that savings fund, you know, if, for the future or whatever that might be, but I'm sure that's the exercise that'll be coming. So I guess moving on from gravel pits. So Nordegg wastewater treatment plant, roper pump replacement, this is a typical ongoing, maintenance capital costs that are required for our, Nordegg wastewater system. Of course, it's a high cost, high maintenance system there. It's, the receiving, area there is a long ways from the hamlet. So those parts and pieces are very expensive to maintain. The funding strategy for these, of course, there again, was tax revenue, been identified as, core infrastructure.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, maybe I'm misremembering, but I remember talking about a roper pump in Nordegg along with a muffin monster. That name is in my brain. Two different okay. But I remember talking about roper pumps, so wasn't this already funded at some point? Or is this a carryover from a previous year? Or is this a different thing?
Mr. Magnus is probably go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'd have to look back at 2023 here in regards to, but you are correct. During budget deliberations, we made council aware of the fact that we need to keep this in mind in the replacement of these roper pumps. So we did discuss it during budget deliberations, and after so many years, they do need to be replaced out. So you're correct there. It was part of that discussion in making council aware of the fact that these will need to be replaced. And we're seeing that in 2024. So it did occur in the overall discussion, just for council's awareness.
Okay. Perfect, thank you.
And if I recall correctly, there is some backup parts or something for these pumps that, to keep their reliability. Was there a spare or something like that for those pumps, so that, I understand that if that pump doesn't work, there could be some redundancy in the system, but ultimately we won't want to challenge the redundancy too often. So my understanding was that there was a backup plan for those, and that's what I recall being in some of the budget.
You are absolutely correct, and that is our intent here, is to have them there, because when they go down, the supply chain, along with the getting the necessary repairs done in a timely manner, can be very challenging. And these are a piece of equipment you do not want to have broken down for a lengthy period of time. So that's where that's coming from, is to potentially have those spares available. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hanson. I'm sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Is the typical lifespan of these pumps that short?
Yes, typically we're seeing, if we're lucky, we get 5 years out of them. And the reason for that is this, when the wastewater system was designed for the hamlet of Nordegg, it was designed, I believe, for at the very least 1,500 or more residents. So these pumps are meant to run on a continuous basis. And if that is not being done, like, and I'll use the analogy, an aircraft engine, an airplane's meant to fly. And you don't want those engines sitting there, okay? And it's the same with these. They're meant to be worked and worked hard. And as contradictory as that may sound, when you work them and you work them hard, the lifespan is lengthened, actually, on this piece of equipment.
Thank you.
Make sure I relate that to my own line.
Mr. Hanson.
So moving on. And forgive me, I guess, presenting this portion of the budget here is like driving somebody else's truck for me. I got the gist of it, but there's some conversations that can be had there, and I appreciate Mr. Magnus's help here. So the next one, the Nordegg Water Treatment Plant Phase 2 upgrades. I'm going to assume, and how I would envision this is that it will be revisited toward the end of 2023 to know that it justifies, you know, that significant investment for the preliminary engineering, detailed design, construction, et cetera, for these upgrades when it's based on population. We're hoping for a population boom in Nordegg. We haven't seen it yet because we have to sell some lots. So that's gonna be continuously revisited, you know, toward the end of every year as we're looking to set the budget. But the reality is, talking about the planning phase of what we're doing, this is something that's gonna have to be done, and it should be saved for. Unfortunately, this item here, water treatment plant upgrades have never been saved for as a water restricted surplus. We've always had lots of other restricted surpluses or grant funding or tax revenue, but this has never been identified as a restricted surplus that we could fund, take from for these upgrades. So there again, falls under core infrastructure. Whether it starts in 2024 or not is yet to be determined, likely not. That would be pushed down the road, but as we push it down the road, we should be very cognizant of saving money for these types of upgrades to support the new booming population of Nordegg.
A question I would have, in the past, many of these projects have been subject to either federal or provincial grants. They've been kind of the pet of those levels of government for some time. If we have a defined reserve fund, are we less likely to be able to leverage a grant to address those things? There is no reporting process in an application to the grant that would show that you have to identify your reserves, identify the reserves you may have set aside for those kinds of projects in that grant application.
I would say the opposite, that we have to provides the preparedness there for a grant that would be, because it's typically partially funded.
Right.
You would need to have some money there, but Ms. Saran maybe have a different perspective.
Go ahead, please.
No, I agree. Especially if there's a matching component from the county, then it shows that, we're serious about the project and that it's definitely on our plan. And typically when there are sorts of grants available that aren't your typical year-over-year grant, like the MSP grant or such, they want projects that are ready to go and you have your portion of the funding. And one of the reasons I think this exercise is so important is that not only will it show that we're being prudent in putting money away, but it'll show that we're using those funds also. So I think that's important. In some of the budget documents that's come down from the province, it is noted the state of the municipal restricted surplus amounts. However, I think if we're showing that, yes, we're putting money in, but they're for identified projects that are definitely on a plan, and we are using the ones that the plans have come up, the projects have come up in the years, goes a long way, especially since we're not a level of government that can just run a deficit budget. We have to have a balanced budget at the end of each year.
Thank you. But part of what I was trying to get to, is it best if that restricted surplus is more of a general surplus or one that's defined to a project? Is there a benefit to having it more defined or a benefit to having it more general? Say, for instance, a restricted surplus that was wastewater or wastewater infrastructure, or wording could be anything, or should it be specifically to a Nordegg wastewater upgrade project? Just trying to get that level of importance.
Yeah. I think the more specific you can get, the better. However, in that process, plans change, and there has to be a little bit of generalities so that it doesn't hand tie your next council or the people making the decisions when those funds are being used. But it's very important that those funds are earmarked for a specific purpose and not just saying, oh, for a future capital project. You know, it should, like you say, I think we could put future wastewater project, and I think we have said, you know, future regional wastewater project or something to that wording would be better than just capital project, but you don't want to say Leslieville wastewater project. I mean, in one case, we do have that because that is where the dollars are coming from. But if it's just general tax, you want to be able to not hand tie the people that are going to be using those funds.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Hanson.
Okay, move it. So Nordegg streetlights has just been identified as a capital expenditure that may be required as the development requires. There again, maybe I'll get Mr. Magnus there to speak to the frequency. Normally, we'd install the streetlights during a phase of construction. Maybe does this item have a different?
Mr. Magnus?
No, Mr. Hanson, you are correct. In essence, was a placeholder again as development occurs within Nordegg and the requirement of streetlights. That's why the funding is, why that budget is set up for that as development occurs and the requirement of streetlights as needed.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I thought that we had adjusted the Nordegg design guidelines to reflect Fortis's ability to provide streetlights and not require the special streetlights.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, everybody. You're correct. So this money will go further because there's still a cost to streetlights. But because it's more of an accepted, ready design provided by Fortis, it provides administration the opportunity to enter into more of a traditional contract with Fortis where they can maintain it, they can look after it, they can install it, and it's mass produced. So you're correct. With council's, I'll say minor relaxation of that design, still really complements the intent. That money is gonna go further.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Swanson?
This is more, I think, for a community discussion out in Nordegg and whatever else, but I am a fan of dark sky. And I think, I understand the importance of safety, but I'm a fan of dark sky. Now, whether that is low-level light, solar, whatever, and it comes to the point where, for me, it's what is the culture, you know, it's a special place out there. If you want the town to be lit up, that's fine, you're gonna miss something else in the process. So I know in some of my conversations, and maybe this is on Councillor Ratcliffe's, maybe he has or hasn't, but I'm of the opinion that it's making progress and changes in perception. So I know this is budgeted for, and thank you for the opportunity to push a little bit back on the provider, Fortis, like indicated, but I would like that discussion to be maybe brought up again in Nordegg as to the dark sky concept, so.
I can appreciate that, and I think technology has come a long way. We can have something look like 1920, and it can still incorporate those concepts within there. I've seen some interesting things where the light level goes down to a very low level, and until there's motion detected, and it comes up brighter for security, for, you know, people's safety as they're walking down the street, but yet kind of maintains that idea of not adding to light pollution in an area that's trying to portray 1920. Councillor Cermak, please.
Just to, in a little bit of historical reference back to Nordegg, if you recall, back in the early 1900s, when he came there, Mr. Nordegg, Nordegg was one of the first cities, towns, hamlets to have electric lighting in the province. So I think street lighting is pretty important there. It was one of the first ones in Alberta. The only other one that had great street lighting at the time when Nordegg got it was the city of New York. Sure, ours was only 32 volt, and it was ran by the big boiler. But that's something that needs to be there because that's historical. Thanks.
And I think I'll go to Deputy Reed Melhoff and then back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. No, I absolutely agree. Street lighting is absolutely important. But I do think a dark sky is important as well. So I think looking at one of these where there's movement, or because you go to lots of places, you walk down Main Street, even downtown Edmonton does it now, where you walk down and the lights like upscale for if there's traffic and they downscale when there's not, or they use trees lit up rather than full blower crazy street lights. So I definitely think we need to be cognizant of both of those, but street lighting is absolutely important. It's just how do we deliver that service, and it can make things, the energy itself can be better delivered if we're scaling it up and down as well, so we don't have street lights on 100% of the time, or just a thought.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Great conversation. I just wanted to confirm that this includes the two type of lights, that in the historic core, we're going to maintain the same style, and in the residential area, we'll have the new style,
So we do
the
have,
alternate style.
sorry, there is the major pathways identified and discussed with council. We are staying with that, it had a specific term. We are gonna use those historic traditional street lights there for the main corridor, all the way from Highway 11 up through Stewart Street to Elizabeth, and then Elizabeth all the way up to the end. And then there's gonna be the subsidiary links off that are going to go to the revised standard that's more, less capital costs, less maintenance, or the steel structure with generally the same type. So that's been discussed with council, and that's our plan moving forward. I was gonna be as bold to say that 2024 would likely not require any capital replacement unless there was something that Mr. Magnus identified in the existing infrastructure there today. Any new lights would be installed, for the phase 2 residential, for example. Streetlights are a part of that capital project in its entirety, so those would be replaced then. Unless there was another capital need for replacement, then I would say that we would strike the 2024 streetlights from this document, but still, look to the future as to say there will be capital replacements there in the future that we would need to, be cognizant of, but we're good for the next 3 years.
Thank you.
Okay. I think go ahead, please.
Okay, moving on. Again, Nordegg Water Treatment Plant, variable frequency drive, maintenance, capital cost for maintenance of our water system. Negligible amount, $20,000, core infrastructure identified as the funding source.
Deputy Reed Melhoff.
Okay, thank you. This sounds fairly operational, so I'm getting a little bit confused. Perhaps I need a breakdown of the two public works departments and what they're responsible for now. I know that we've had some shifting. So our CAO is gracious enough to allow us to communicate directly with our directors as long as we include a CAO in the mix. However, I'm not totally sure which directors I need to be communicating with anymore with some of this stuff, because I was under the impression that this was all operational and therefore under Director Magnus's purview. So I'm just a little bit confused, sorry.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. No, great question, I understand. The easiest way to define it, Director Magnus, operations, and Director Hansen is infrastructure, so capital. So when it hits the definition of capital, like a bridge.
5,000 capitalized.
You know, a bridge replacement is a capital investment, that falls under Eric. You know, bridge maintenance falls under Kurt. Upgrading a water treatment facility, capital investment fall under Eric. Maintaining that facility falls under Kurt.
Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Again, this is maintenance then, so then should it not be under Director Magnus? I'm confused, because anything over 5,000 we capitalize, so I don't think it's actually easy enough to go capital versus not, because the trucks, et cetera, were all under Director Magnus, and those are all over 5,000 and being capitalized. So and maybe that's something we can take offline. I just want to make sure that I know who I can email my
Well,
residents' concerns to when they come.
Absolutely, and now, you pointed out the equipment, that's a great example of an exception. Because the mechanics operational is under Kurt, that fleet management really didn't make sense to pull that capital away because the industry experts are there. So those capital, greater replacement, truck replacements, absolutely capital, but those by design stayed with Kurt.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on. Very similar, just a different side of the operations. Now we're going to our wastewater treatment upgrades there as far out as 2027. $27,000 core infrastructure. I guess I will even add on to it that, you know, the importance of, you know, we can't work in silos, of course, so a lot of between the solid waste from the operations side is really gonna drive the capital need. And that's why I'm gonna continue to rely heavily on Mr. Magnus's expertise and their recommendations of, as they're going through their operations and creating, you know, what that operational need for capital and the replacement plans, that's still gotta fall very much within their purview. You know, his area expertise is operations, and I'm gonna say mine is for capital construction. So we're getting the best of both worlds here and being able for project delivery is that, you know, we can focus very much so on the operations and what the efficiencies that have been created there, as well as building what the capital needs are for the replacement schedule, and then I can execute on that capital construction. It's a work in progress right now. It's new. Mr. Magnus created this budget here he has for the past few years. That's why I referred to as it feels like I'm driving somebody else's truck here right now. But it's nothing that we can't work through. It's just capital construction. Anything else on this one? Moving on. Nordegg water well, pump 7 and 8. There again, through the long-term planning that Mr. Magnus has done historically, this is another item that's in the 10-year plan for replacement of the water well pump. Pretty simple. Moving on. Tell me to stop if you want me to stop. Dry hydrants, of course, we had some really good conversations during the budget deliberations about getting these dry hydrants up and operational, looking at different methods. Cisterns is likely going to be the most economical, viable solution for having a 30,000 gallon water source at these. We have the water supply there, of course, with the pond, but it's high maintenance with the piping system. You know, a cistern seems to be the most viable option for water storage to have immediate access for our fire service, and then having the open water source, you know, as the recharge for those dry hydrants. So, you know, as part of the regional or emergency management or emergency services operations plan is going to be the contingency of, you know, if they're going to engage into a cistern as a water source, that immediately you would also think about the recharge, you know, getting those transfer pumps up into there. But the reliability and the accessibility of a a cistern, the location where you can put it at, is gonna be much more operationally effective and, for the use of those. So we're looking forward to getting those cleaned up. We're doing a couple this year, and, we got Misty Valley scheduled for 2024.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
What can the residents there at Misty Valley or Cougar Ridge expect to see for construction? You know, I take it the cistern is going to be of a significant size, so
Yeah, they're
that's
about,
all be underground?
yeah, the cisterns are underground. They're about 12 feet diameter for 50 feet long. It's a big hole. Now the pond that's in Cougar Ridge, that's gonna have to looked at. That's gonna have to be looked at again to see, you know, where it can fit and how that's exactly gonna work. Now, the pond for, Misty Valley, for example, that's down in that gravel bed. So, maybe there might be another option there for how we can get a delivery system out of there, but, the one would be concerned about is Cougar Ridge. But we'll definitely, work with the area to try to find its best suitability and what the proper, construction methods are gonna be used.
Okay, thanks.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Have the standards changed? So like, cause we even have an open pond at the Lesserville Public Works facility. Does it have to be an underground cistern, or can this still just be a lined pond? Like, I just was curious if the standard had changed to justify an underground system versus a pond.
Well, through our subdivision design standards actually allow for both. What we're finding, you know, Ridgeland Estates is a great example. The run is too long. The height is between the draft height is too much to get a functioning dry hydrant. And it's not feasible to build a road for access to flop a pump into the pond. So where it makes sense, we're abandoning the original idea of the open ponds with the dry hydrant and going to the cisterns. So through our subdivision development standards, both options are available. But ultimately, it needs to work. That's what we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you.
And Councillor Cermak.
How much is the maintenance going to increase on these compared to the open pond? Because these pumps are gonna sit there until they're ready to be used. Or do we go out and test them every so often?
Well, that's the nice part about a cistern is actually it's a draft style cistern. There's no pumps involved. So
Oh, good.
the accessibility would just be hooking onto a cam lock that then has a draft pipe that goes to the bottom of the pond. Yes, it'll have to be pumped out, maintained as in maybe cleaned out through the manhole, whatever. But it's much less maintenance than it would be actually than that run that goes into a pond. As we've seen with the suction ends get gummed up, the pipe can collapse. It's really a maintenance, not a maintenance-free system there, but it's a lot lower maintenance.
A lot less maintenance to this cistern than the open pump,
Yeah.
than the open bed.
Yeah, even in the Nordegg, the new industrial park, we've actually opted to include a cistern with the pond, so we have the open body of water there to support the continuous supply of water. But because of the draft height, and that has become the biggest challenge with our emergency services to get the water out of these ponds. So having the open water source as having that source right there, and then having the cistern as the convenient contained source of 30,000 gallons of water, seems to be the most viable option.
Thanks.
And Councillor Ratcliffe?
Okay, I'll have a question. Do we have cisterns already at Nordegg? I'd heard something about having tanks where the piping underground has failed and, you know, so it leaks.
I know there is one cistern up in the north subdivision. I haven't heard of a failure. Maybe Mr. Magnus, from an operational perspective, has ever done any maintenance or repairs to that tank? There's really no piping system to a cistern. It's only the two pipes to go into it. It would be a draft pipe, a fill pipe, or vice versa, and a manhole. Installed correctly, they should be there seems to be less concerns than with, like I say, the long draft pipe and then the draft height.
Okay, maybe I'm misinformed.
Yeah, then we have cisterns in Condor, Leseville. That's the only way that we had in order to have the demand fire water to service in order to fill our trucks. In the Condor Public Services Building, Leseville Public Services Building. That's a water well that actually feeds into those cisterns. So we have that, there again, that 30,000 gallons on demand. So when those fire pumps kick in, that we can fill trucks in those public services buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, moving on.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you. We talked about the operational costs of it being a pump versus a draft. Like most of when it's a pond style, if they're operating efficiently and if they are in the right location, they self-fill. These cisterns are not gonna be designed, like we will have to fill those. So then there's an operational cost associated with filling this every single time they are required to be used. Do we have any idea of the operational cost to keep these cisterns full and confirming that they're full rather than just like a drive-by and being like, hey, the pond is full. We're now gonna have to confirm they're full and fill them.
Yeah, and I think that really, the nice part is we're not regularly drafting out of cisterns, and I think that's gonna have to be part of a combination of public works operations and emergency services to make sure that supply is there and on a maintenance schedule. I can totally understand the perspective is that it does need to be filled, yes. But I have a very knowledgeable person there who's taken my seat beside me, and I'd be happy to kick it there.
Ms. Haggard, please. We'll have to,
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would not say what Eric had said, but in terms of the cost, it would depend on whether a contracted service was used or if we fill it with a tender shuttle. So it would depend on the volume required as well, but there would be a cost associated. It would be less of a cost if it was done through use of paid-on-call firefighters and shuttling with tenders.
Just the value of an open pond in a general community as well. Not just environmentally, the stormwater retention, et cetera, and the maintenance associated with some of these cistern styles, the now bleaching that needs to happen in these, or chlorination to make sure that stuff doesn't go through a pump. Like there's a lot that goes into a cistern style and a lot of operational that can be affected. So I just wanted to make sure that that was considered.
Our main focus really is accessibility to water. That's what we've struggled with all these, between Nordegg, Phase 6, because of the draft heights, and we're still gonna have the pond, that open water availability, but since the day it was constructed, it's never been available for use. The alternative design, which was turning from $600,000 to $700,000, included a pump system, a power service, the maintenance on a generator, as a backup generator for that pump, like, becomes cost prohibitive to have that type of stationary backup system compared to a cistern. It's not perfect, but I think it's one of the next best option.
And there would, and Matt would probably be better served in answering any of the maintenance related to the open versus closed, but there is maintenance and treatments that are required as well for algae with the open systems as well.
and Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. To complement what Christine and Eric have also said, again, it's the great efficiency of not working in silos and having operations work with infrastructure, but coordinating the two departments when operations has to flush their systems annually under that maintenance program, rather than waste the treated water just running down the street. It's also an opportunity to inject the inspection of these cisterns in the urban design and actually use that treated water to refill or replace the cistern water with fresh treated water at that time, because you're required to flush the systems anyway. So those are great stopgaps, along with the annual maintenance that's required in the water treatment facility anyway.
Great, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you so much for going through it all. I mean, I'm back from the days where we we put hard suction in whatever water source we could find. And we were able to draft perfectly fine out of whatever water source we came across. So thank you for taking the time to go through some of these upgrades.
No, and I can appreciate that resiliency. This has been laid out as a requirement through the subdivision standards. I think it was a miss through the standard to what it was always right on the level of for the draftability. You know, it was on maybe even some of those draft capabilities of those trucks was exaggerated, and now we have systems that don't work. So we're here to repair that. So moving on to the Cougar Ridge, really there again, this is the dry hydrant repair. We need to evaluate what is the best repair. Maybe it is in repairing the dry hydrant system there, if that's possible, or a cistern type. This needs to be still evaluated. It's scheduled for 2025, and then the most viable option will be executed there in the next coming years. So we've set out, I think it's a 3-year plan to get these fixed, which will be great. Okay, moving on. So some erosion repair along Range Road 64 Clearwater River. Maybe I'll get Mr. Magnus there to speak to the plan with that. It's been long outstanding. We all very well aware of the Benz Road and the erosion along Clearwater River. But maybe if we get Mr. Magnus there to speak to that one. I think we've identified this in tax revenue as really a core infrastructure item, but turns over to Mr. Magnus.
Yeah, so in 2023, we did the engineering required for this. So that's just an implementation of their recommendations to do the necessary construction to help mitigate any further damage that could occur from that Clearwater River. So in essence is construction on that road itself, build up some of the riprap rock there to provide protection along the western bank as the Clearwater River continues to migrate east. And it's to build a firm foundation, particularly along the western edge of that road. So that's the plan for this year. Or for 2024, I should say.
Moving on.
Mr. Martinson?
Thank you. I'm up next now with,
Sorry. Am I done?
I wouldn't leave yet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next bit of capital items are going to be in the community services world, so I'll pick up from there. I did want to mention 2 projects that you won't see today because they haven't made it into the capital plan yet, but have been signaled to be important to council because we've had preliminary funding. So at some point we'll have to talk about a couple projects, and for now they can go in the parking lot. And that is the interconnection trail that has design funding for this year, and the mine site, which has some funding, engineering funding this year. But a commitment has been made to have a philosophical discussion with council about that. That is scheduled to come this year prior to budget and at an appropriate meeting. And then we'll have that discussion. So hopefully those can go into the parking lot for future. And for right now, we'll talk about the Nordegg Cemetery. Council's familiar with this project as we've been funded for design last year and this year. For 2022, 2023, been working on a plan with our consultants. We have an important summer plan with consultation in Nordegg. We're just finalizing dates in June to have a community meeting with Nordegg. We picked June to make sure we'd have maximum attendance with a mix of seasonal and permanent folks. So it might sound like a crazy time to do that, but that's when we expect the most butts in the seats, and then we'll have some rounds of consultation that can hopefully catch folks that couldn't be there. From there, we will finalize our design so that council can consider that design, and then we'll have a discussion on when that project should be scheduled. So as we mentioned in the past, we've wanted to give council a little bit of flexibility when it comes to building that cemetery. We didn't want to wait until our last cemetery was so full. Council really had no option when it came to scheduling. So right now we've got a placeholder of $200,000, which is very much likely under what we expect our consultants to come, but we just wanted to grab a placeholder in 2025. 2025 or 2026 would be appropriate times to build that for council. So depending on what we bring for a number this September strategic plan, council can plunk that in an appropriate time at that point. So any questions on the cemetery before we move along to Southeast Rec Grounds?
Councillor Cermak, please.
What capacity are you looking at for the cemetery in years when you build it?
So we looked at around a 50-year capacity, and we used development plans that currently been produced by planning with their full build out in mind and the population growth expected. We forecasted a 50-year usage rate with also relaxing our current restrictions, which are very strict. That's starting to not serve us very well, as folks that we're inviting to buy property in Nordegg are no longer lifelong residents and things of that nature. We want to make sure we also want to still defend against, let me say, cheap plots from city folks that want a mountain view for the eternity. We don't want to service, areas of the province that don't have connections here, don't, support our community, never built this community. So we're going to balance that with opening our access up to not only folks that have lived there, but also their families. Sometimes it's important, just because you never lived there, but grandpa had a place there. I went there every summer. Right now, our current restrictions would not allow for that, but I believe families should be allowed. In agriculture, we look at our properties as multi-generational family farms that are not just the title landowner's property, but are the family's property. We want to bring that into Nordegg as we're managing this, and again, still keep us from blowing out all of our land because it's beautiful out there, and why wouldn't you want to live in eternity with that view? So that'll be the plan, but 50 years is where we're shooting for, and so we hope to not have to do this, at least in our time here again, and for a long time. Any more questions on the cemetery?
Yeah.
Councillor Cermak, please.
There's been lots on the news lately about the green cemeteries. Have you looked into that, or
Yeah.
these people take that into consideration?
We're looking at that, whether that's going to be an option in our cemetery or not. I'll be quite clear when it comes to this. There's no data on having this type of burial method in bear country, specifically grizzly bear country. And that might sound offensive, but it's a reality out there.
Yep.
And for public safety and for the moral and ethical requirements that we have in providing a safe place and a reasonable place, if we can't find any science that suggests that's an acceptable method while still being safe in our community, we can't approve it. We're looking at potentially partnering with U of A on doing a study, which would include replicating a potential green burial using comparable livestock. But whether we can get a TFA for that, I don't know, and whether this research could be done in time before council has to make the decision, because there's design elements to that. We also have groundwater as our source, and our well is in proximity to this site. So for all those reasons, green burials are popular and they're a new trend, and if we're gonna do a 50-year cemetery, we have to look at it. There's also hydrological composting. That's another one coming down the pipe where they basically you're dissolved in water. So we are looking at those things, but recognizing that Nordegg's not Calgary. It's an alpine, subalpine community with, built on the spoils of an old coal mine, in a lot of areas. So we have all those, challenges to overcome, and so we're keeping an eye on new technology, but we're not, going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, when it comes to designing this.
Thank you for looking at all the aspects of that cemetery. Appreciate that.
Looks like we can chug along.
Please.
So I think we get into a whole raft, we're next on Southeast Rec Grounds.
Let me look. I don't have this one.
I don't have that one either.
Maybe it's, what's,
231. So, I think for the interest of time, and council, the Ag Service Board spent a lot of time scrutinizing our equipment. The Ag Service Board is going through a process here this summer that'll look at our rental equipment. And I think, for, unless there's any specific questions about the long list of equipment we have in there, I might just move forward on it, and not go page by page, just out of the interest of time.
sure. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then, we'll go back to
Thank you. I just had one question with regards to equipment, and
Yep.
I think it may just be a transpose thing. The rotary mower is in twice, one into 2024 and one in 2025, but 2024 is 54,000 and 2025 is 35,000, and they're both 15-foot. 1,500 rotary mowers. So I'm just curious if they're either different or if there was a transposing thing, or if we got a deal, or?
It could be all of that, or, it could be we haven't updated budgets with cost increases. It could be one, that doesn't run a hydro swing type setup on it versus one with a hydro swing, similar to your disc bind.
Yep.
So it could be that. We were really focusing on restricted funding sources and stuff, but before the next strategic plan in the fall, when we go through capital budgets, we'll clean that up and I'll have a better answer for you at that time.
Fair enough. I can't help it when it's in front of me.
No, it's good. Those things get my consistent eyeball browse through that stuff because I've seen this budget, so it's good to bring those things up for us. Thank you.
So were there any other specifics? Councillor Cermak?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. If there aren't any specifics, or maybe we'll allow a few seconds just to see if something, let people check their notes and see if they had anything to bring forward. Not really seeing anything come up, so I think we can probably,
Sure. We'll talk next about the Southeast Rec Grounds then. This is the approximately 80 acres that the county owns to the south, southeast, and southwest of the current Caroline Arena and Hub Complex. So phase one development of the Southeast Rec Grounds during construction of the hub built baseball diamonds and supporting infrastructure out there. And since then, the Ag Society has had some intermittent discussions on what the future development of that site could look like. And so we've kept a spot in budget to make sure council is aware that that is a commitment that's been made in the past. It's really why we bought the land, was to develop future amenities regarding recreation and quality of life to support that area. So, the Ag Society, they're a great partner and they do business over there very well. They never jump to conclusions or do anything that's irrational or sporadic. So it's been a few years that they've been working on this plan, and so we'll continue to support them as they do that. But we do expect, something to come in the future when it comes to the Southeast Rec Grounds.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Eve. This is within the village?
Yeah, so the land that facility spans the village and the county. So technically, the vast majority of what we would call the Southeast Rec Grounds or this developable area is in the county.
Okay.
Again, the access is coming through the village. There is a dividing line there. You know, we seen it when we paved. We paved on 3 different properties. Ours, the villages that we lease to operate the facility, and the school divisions, they're there as well. And that's why it's the name Hub, because it doesn't really matter whose property is, the community uses that as their, but yeah, to answer the question, the majority of the land is ours.
Okay.
And that's why it's in capital budget.
Yeah.
If it was in operating, or if it wasn't, if we were doing this upgrade on someone else's land, it would be in operating. That's why you're not gonna see the Nordegg Trail today.
Yeah. The reason I asked was because I just wanted to make sure that we are including them in the conversation.
The village?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the potential partnerships that
Yeah.
could
And
be there.
we do that, of course, through council's ICC administrative discussion, and probably the best way that happens is through the village's participation on the Ag Society Board. And so that'll I think also, you know, you can't talk about Carolina future development without talking about amalgamation, and I think that also has grabbed the Ag Society's attention and maybe kept them from speeding this project ahead of the 2 councils as well. So I think that's important to note here. A lot of things that hinge on those discussions, as we found out over these last couple of days, and I would suggest this is a project that could be included in that.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Sarmac.
I would just like to say that, I'm on the ag board out there. We do not do anything with the ag board out there without talking to Matt and Clearwater County to make sure that we're all in alignment there. It's really important out there in the southeast that the rest of the county knows what we're doing for the recreation in that area. Because there's about 3,000 people there that are involved with that recreation area. So just for the rest of the council to know, we always keep Matt informed of every meeting we have. And sometimes I think he gets frustrated because we ask too much of him. But we certainly appreciate all the input that the county has with us out there. It's really important to us. Thank you.
That's great to hear, and I don't think they'd ever get frustrated with more communication.
I find frustration around not knowing
Communication's
than
always
knowing. So we appreciate the close collaboration, and the Ag Society is a good partner when it comes to managing our recreation.
Go ahead, please.
Chairman says go, so we will move to the last capital item. And so, of course, these have been funded through the core infrastructure restricted surplus, as lots of other projects have as well. And so the last one is the Upper Shunda Campground. This is just a construction project that would add 3 to 5 new sites. We've done this from time to time in Upper Shunda to try to keep that facility viable and to continue to offset the growing demand for camping, not necessarily in the area, but camping directly adjacent to our hamlet with access to our services within the core Nordegg area as well as the north subdivision. So, you know, this would be just the building of 4 or 5 new sites, as well as considering second egress out the back of that campground. It is a little bit of a vulnerable piece of infrastructure because of the single access. And there is an opportunity to catch a road out the back, actually very minimal work needed to do that. So that's what this is expecting us to do in 2026.
Well, thank you for your explanation of that, because the description here is building is building an outhouse.
Yeah. So,
And I got thinking, we have people within the community that probably don't have $100,000 house, let alone $100,000 outhouse, so I
yeah, so
appreciate.
our apologies on that. That actually is the 2023 description. We are building an outhouse in Upper Shunda as approved by council in the last budget. And so that's the description. I assure you it is not $100,000. And we only built reasonably priced latrines in Nordegg.
Thank you for that.
I believe that is all.
Councillor
Oh,
Radcliffe, sorry I missed a light.
Just, now that we've opened the conversation about outhouses, I had a comment from a recreation group suggesting an outhouse by the Blue Bridge where people access the river. I'm not sure whose property that is. But if you go out there, the material caught in the rose bushes blowing around from the wind could use a solution.
It's good to know. Yeah, we'll take that on advisement. That was the Blue Bridge.
Yes, well, I believe that's in Councillor Melhoff's area,
That's what I'm trying to figure out, Blue Bridge.
down by the river.
Like on this side, I was trying to think of Blue Bridge out in Nordegg, I'm like, that's
No,
not, because we
no.
were talking Shunda, so my brain was going.
No. No, it's just
The old-
south
The
of,
old trestles south by the Browerleys?
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah.
saying that right? Yeah.
yeah, between
Just close here.
Just close here.
Garth and Ferrier,
That sounds like a regional project.
It does sound like a regional project.
where the train,
Briarleys.
the
Yes, a
train trestle
latrine
there.
would be good to be, that, I have gotten that complaint before as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of floater use there, you know, whether people are.
As in
are-
people floating on the river, just to specify.
Sorry, my mind goes
That-
to the wrong places.
I don't wanna say boating, cause if you've ever seen, you know, like, not a lot of those scale as boats, but tire tubes, things, people float down the river. And a lot of times that's where you're pulling out. There's also the kayakers that will use the Briarleys there. So it is, if you've been there on a warm, late afternoon, evening in the summer, there's quite a bit of work, or of folks utilizing that area.
That was all.
Thank you.
And I will point out, I erred in mentioning that the campground was actually out of recreation capital restricted surplus. So some of mine have been funded out of core infrastructure like the cemetery, and some have been funded out of rec capital like the campground.
And Councillor Graham.
Another outhouse to add to your list, Withrow has, okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah, so we did hear that the Withrow community is organizing, and so we'll have some discussions with that community prior to budget as well. You can't just dig a hole anymore, and so a lot of community groups literally done that for years. That no longer is legal practice or public health or environmental best practice. So a lot of community groups that have just operated on plywood structures with holes in the grounds are coming to us looking for a legal, better situation. I think it does behoove us, because the alternative is they could just do that, you know, and so that's another community that's long had a playground on county MR land, and, you know, having those amenities, we need the supporting infrastructure, garbage cans, bathrooms, those are kind of minimal infrastructure, so Withrow is one that's been on our radar, and I appreciate bringing that up again. I think that's it for me, so I would turn it to,
I think maybe it's an appropriate time for us to take a recess for a bit. Let's be back at 12:40, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after our recess. We continue through our agenda of the day, and I'll probably go to Mr. Hagan first, and we'll move from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Reid Lougheed. So for corporate services, in terms of capital and projects specifically, two main areas, one being the broadband initiative project, and the second being capital related to maintaining, enhancing, growing the ongoing network within Clearwater County that supports all of our operations. So with respect to the core backbone project, the broadband committee has directed administration to plan for construction of phases 3, 4, and 5 in 2024, 2025, and 2026 respectively. And you can see we're looking at 3.4 million for 2024, just about 2.3 million for 2025, and just over $3 million for 2026. Those are our most current estimates of the completion costs for each of those respective phases. The challenge here is going to be funding. We've identified them as coming from the broadband restricted surplus account, which is consistent with how other phases of the project have been funded. But as you'll note from the information that Ms. Zerhan shared, there's only about $600,000 in that account. So this is an area of particular challenge to be able to proceed with phase 3 in 2024. Administration will be recommending putting something in the neighborhood of $3 to $3.5 million into the broadband restricted surplus there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions at all? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
I have several, because I thought that we had discussed something different at the broadband committee level, but I don't know how much we're allowed to say with an open forum on this topic. So I'm having a very hard time navigating my questions, because I remember this conversation differently than what is presented.
Okay, what is presented here, if I may, is the publicly available information as to projected costs to finish the core backbone project, which has been the only direction that council has given through resolution to administration to date.
Again, I'm having a hard time navigating how to ask my questions, because I remembered the conversation a little bit differently, but perhaps that is again at the broadband committee level, because I remember a resolution regarding options, but those options were not public. I believe it's, the resolution itself said option 3. And obviously those are not reflected here, but I'm struggling on how to ask my questions without wavering on non-disclosure agreements, et cetera.
If I may, what we're focusing on here, looking forward, is core backbone. Core backbone only. That is only resolutions that have been passed by council or in relation to core backbone.
But I thought that we changed the schedule for core backbone even as early as our last broadband meeting.
Right now, this is what we currently have on the radar for, again, no broadband core backbone construction in 2023, but resuming in 2024. That's still up for change, dependent on the broadband committee, which we can certainly take it back for further discussion. But this is where that project is sitting right now in terms of planning.
Okay.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
Am I correct that there is currently a funding available or grant process available through the province right now, or there's an open? I'm not sure where that's at. I know there was an announcement about a month ago. I didn't know if we've applied on that or if it did fit in our broadband project. If you could remind me.
So I believe they moved it back a month to close, and we will apply to it if it's relevant for what we're doing going forward. Absolutely.
think we're at a difficult time in provincial politics right now, as you might imagine, with a kind of pre-election. There's numerous rumors and whispers of rumors relating to broadband from each political party that holds the ability to form the next government. So it's a bit of a lame duck time. I don't know how to describe right now. We're not sure if those policies continue forward, plans will continue forward, or just what to expect. But stay tuned. I think we'll know something by the end of May, perhaps. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that we definitely need to go back to the broadband committee and have this conversation deeper, because maybe they'll be able to dig into, because we're here to try to figure out how we fund those restricted surplus accounts. And I think in order to do that, it needs to be brought back to the broadband committee level so that we can have those conversations. Because even at the broadband committee, I said we need to prove this project out, that I don't necessarily want to see us investing tons and tons and tons until we've proved it out. And I believe that we gave a direction to administration to start working towards that. And I'm not seeing that here, so perhaps it would be prudent for us to have that conversation at the broadband committee level so that we can fund the restricted surplus appropriately to ensure that that happens. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my.
Yeah, well, definitely in this exercise, we're looking down the road quite a number of years, and none of those things we look down the road are an absolute certainty, but we want to really start putting the energy and thought into assigning restricted surpluses to deal with those expected investments. Councillor Northcott, please.
No, just a short little comment here. I've stated it before in the broadband committee meeting and in regular council, but I don't support the broadband initiative here, and for the large amount of money that will be required to move forward, and the amount of funds that are needed in so many other areas. So at this time, again, I won't be supporting this initiative.
I appreciate that, and I think it's any time we look into the future, we got to estimate or understand of all funding sources as we move forward and create a plan. So I appreciate those comments. Any additional questions, comments at this time? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I absolutely support the broadband program where it makes sense. And we need to make sure that we have the funding in place to do that. And I think that that's why the broadband committee can discuss it further, because this does not give the entire picture of what we've discussed at committee and the future programs that we've discussed at that level. This doesn't give the 10-year plan as we've discussed at the committee. So that's why I think I'm struggling with this. And I know that some of that is because much of that has happened in camera, but I want us to be able to be set up appropriately and it funded appropriately, even with the conversations that have happened outside of, we need to be set up in all levels. But I do absolutely support this program. I want to make sure we fund it.
Okay, Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I guess so my question to the broadband committee or the strategic planning committee is, are you wanting to fund the core backbone over the next 4 years or no?
I guess, well, actually, Councillor Swanson, your light's on, but maybe have been, I'll just say, I believe that has been the direction that we have been going in the past. It's a sizable commitment to create that infrastructure. I would, from my level, would like to see that certainty continue forward in our planning and our asset management. So I would like to see that component identified here in these in this session. That's my view from from this spot, but I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
Say from my last term and then into this one, my views haven't changed. If you don't have a core backbone road, we can't expect the private ISPs to further out that or partner with anybody else to further that connectivity further out to where those that want it can get it. So I'm still behind the core backbone project. We haven't completed 3 out of the 6. And so I'm still in favor of finishing the core backbone, because without it, it's like a half-baked pancake per se. One side's baked and the other one is still there. So we need to be able to provide a full service, and that without the core backbone, we can't provide a full service.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
I really struggle with this one. I have people telling me they don't want broadband. I have people on this particular phase 3, calling me, asking when they're gonna be able to hook up. And so I personally would like to get some people hooked up for a year and go from there. Pause it right now, get people hooked up and go from there.
Okay.
That's where I stand.
This time I'm going to take a short break, if I could. Oh, Mr. Hagan, did you want to?
Well, I thank you, Rob. I just wanted to clarify as well that may help with the discussion is the projected costs here are assuming that Clearwater County pays 100% of this funding for these projects. There may be grant opportunities, and I think that was part of the discussion at the broadband committee, is that we certainly were directed to look for those opportunities and perhaps not actually commence construction of these phases unless we had those in place. So certainly administration would be coming back to both the committee and to council in terms of those funding opportunities if they exist in the future, if we're successful in any applications that would change the funding formula for these kind of projects.
Thank you, and that's a great reminder that I know we have a number of grant applications out there, and knowing those other levels of government are very supportive of broadband connectivity in rural Alberta and throughout Canada. I think maybe there's some good news to come in that direction in the very near future. I would hope for that. Maybe we'll take 5 here if we can, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for indulging us. I will go to, turn the floor back to Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So turning our attention to the network operated by Clearwater County to allow our staff to deliver services, keep track of data, create reports for council's use and so forth. We have projected capital expenditures over the next number of years, roughly in the neighborhood of about 200,000 each year. 2027, we have a bit of an increase there, allowing for an enterprise storage system. And Mr. McDonald can expand further on this if the committee would like more details, but essentially, you may recall that we brought a budget adjustment request, which was approved by council to go to a cloud solution. So far, that's working well. We're continuing to explore that, but we've kept a provision in here that should something come to our attention that says this isn't a plan for the future, we would need to look at replacing our on-premises equipment and so forth. So that 360 may disappear and be replaced by a continuing operating cost in the future. But as you've said, Reeve, this is a planning exercise. We put the best information in that we have today into this, and we bring it back when new information comes to light so that the committee and council can make informed, proper decisions. So with these projected expenditures, unless there's any specific questions about any of these, which I will refer to Mr. McDonald, what we're recommending is that the committee consider funding a new restricted surplus account for consistency, as these ones have always come from tax revenue each year. They've been fairly static in terms of amounts, but again, for consistency and transparency, we're suggesting consider creating a restricted surplus account for information technology that can be funded $200,000 to $250,000 a year, and then any needed equipment each year can be funded from that restricted surplus account.
Okay, questions? Yeah, I think part of what we're doing today is really setting the future so that we understand where our needs are, and so we can really demonstrate that we're managing our assets and that we've got the proper backup to that. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
As I recall from previous presentations about this, we were kind of dividing our data into two classes of what we needed immediately. And frequently we would keep on site, and then other records, because access is slower, would be in the cloud. This is what you're continuing to work towards?
Mr. McDonald?
Yeah, as of now, we've enabled those features, so we do have our on-premise databases easily accessible, and anything can be a little bit less needed is in the cloud already. So we've done that moving forward, and we'll continue to sort of improve it and make it more efficient as we go on. If there's another technology that comes along that means we move everything into the cloud, we will certainly look at that within budgets. And vice versa, if it turns around and says you need everything here physically, the hardware, we'll look at that too. And that's sort of why we put that placeholder in 2027 for the hardware in case we had to go back. But I sort of don't see that happening, but I can't tell the future from 5 years from now. I wish I could. But we just wanted that as a placeholder. Really, anything else that we're asking for through this budget, i.e. network switches, and switches like that, they do have a lifespan to them. And typically that's, we've been getting really good because we did purchase wisely at the beginning, and we've been getting 8 to 10 years out of them, some devices, and then 5 to 6, 7. So it depends on what device it's used for and the utilization, but that's typically what we've been getting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions? I think we've got some understanding of that particular summary.
Anything else?
All right. I would look as to what's next. Emergency services. All right, well, thank you very much for that, and we'll probably be joined momentarily by our Director of Emergency Services.
Probably, I didn't bring my
67.
computer, sorry. Nope, keep going, Tracy, to the CPO capital. Oh, there you go. All right, good afternoon, members of the Strategic Planning Committee. I believe my portion will be shorter than the rest just due to the service level nature of the equipment, but certainly we can go through it and answer any questions. First one on the emergency and ledge services capital list is that general capital for our peace officer program. That's in-car unit type capital, things like scales, body cameras, vehicle equipment within that we don't necessarily replace on a replacement schedule, but as needed as they life cycle out or they break. And so that's used as needed. I don't believe we expended any dollars from that last year, but there are years where we do have to purchase those capital items. I see that 2033 is not populated because we're not quite into our budget process, so that will be populated with the same number for budget time frame when we get there. Next one, Tracy. 302 is a tender for our Caroline station that is already ordered, and the dollar amount in 2024 is the balance of that unit. Next one. Hydraulic tools, the description will mention which units. We don't have any coming up for 2024. And I'd have to dig a little deeper to find out the units, but they do have a life cycle of 7 to 10 years, depending on usage. And those go on to apparatus in order to extract folks during a collision.
So it's 1206, so.
1206 was 2023's budget, so I'm not sure, again, this hasn't been populated for the future budget years, but that's replacement life cycle, essentially equipment life cycles that you're looking at that. I apologize, I don't have the units noted on there. Self-contained breathing apparatus, again, they do have a life cycle of approximately 10 years. And for 2024, there aren't any, and a couple of units in 2025, 28, 30, and 31 being replaced. That one is 2029. Before that, 308 pickup truck. That's one of the 08 units that's going into the stations. That would be a 7-year life cycle replacement in 2029. Next one, Tracy. Thank you. Next one is the CPO, sorry, I apologize, fire general capital. Similar to that peace officer discussion, those are small miscellaneous, not necessarily planned replacements, industrial laundry machines, pumps and things like that that may be in the stations that need to be replaced that have a higher than a $5,000 threshold. We keep a dollar amount for those things that we can't foresee being replaced. And again, we tend to not spend the full amount unless it's required to replace equipment. Next one, Tracy. Another 08 pickup truck. This is the 508 would be in the Nordegg station. That one life cycles at 2025. This one would be a different number than you would have seen in the budgeting that we did in 2023's budget cycle. Fleet has let us know that those units are approximately $10,000 more expected in future years. So again, it's budgeting for point in time as best we know, and hopefully it doesn't change too much. Just down a little, Tracy, so I can read that. There we go. 203 is a rescue for the Condor Station. That would be a balance payment in 2024. So the deposit would have been paid when they ordered this year.
Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, Christine, when you say that we have set aside 30,000 for general capital,
Yes.
and you said if you don't use it all, you just carry over what isn't into the next year?
Wouldn't be a carryover necessarily. It would end up being in the surplus that council will reallocate as part of the exercise they do with finance. Because it, unless we're drawing it from surplus, could we go back to that one and just take a peek at it? I don't recall offhand. That one, just down a little, Tracy. It says tax revenue. So yeah, it is being drawn from tax revenue. So if we used half and there was 15,000 left over, that would be in that surplus you're reallocating, which would then likely go, we do set aside an annual amount for the large capital apparatus for fire, that $800,000 a year to fund equipment purchases. So that would likely be part of that 800,000. It would just be used up in putting into reserve for future equipment purchase.
Into that 800, the 15,000?
It'll be at council's discretion what they do with their surplus, certainly, but that's how I can best describe where that money would go if it's not spent.
Well, if it's already allocated to you, it should stay there, I think.
I leave that up to the finance experts. I know perhaps I could get some assistance on how that process works. For us, from my understanding is that if it's not spent dollars that come from tax revenue, it ends up in that larger surplus dollar amount, then which council will have an agenda item, I believe, next meeting to reallocate which reserves or what use that money would go towards. And I will look to my finance and corporate services counterparts if they have a better description than I could give.
Ms. Sirhan?
No, absolutely, that, if it's funded through tax revenue, then council would make the decision on where they want that surplus to end up, and if, because if we didn't do that, if we just said, oh, if Kurt has a surplus of 500,000, do we just put that into a public works restricted surplus for him to use for other things?
I liked where you're going. I think it comes back to us anyway.
Yeah, it needs to be a conscious decision as to what your next priorities are and what needs to be funded next, which might be, like Director Haggart said, the next piece of equipment for fire. There is $800,000 going into that restricted surplus annually, so maybe it would go to fund that. We don't identify, specific dollars and say, oh, these ones are just for that department. It's for the organization as a whole.
I could see
Thank you for the explanation. I just needed to know what happened to that money or she didn't use it. Thank you.
I think I can see the council retreat surplus increasing in value.
You are the decision makers, absolutely. Tracy, I think we're at 208, the unit number. Oh, sorry, no, it's on mine, but not yours. So 608, I apologize, on to the next one. Again, that is a pickup truck unit going into the Rocky Station. That one is a 2024. Again, that one would have increased from $100,000 to $110,000 based on what Fleet has told us that the costs have increased for truck units coming through.
And I'll go to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, we're on 608, yes? Mm-hmm. It says this is a 50-50 cost share, so then those numbers would be different than the 75 or 77 that's showing. If that's a 50-50 cost share, then it would not
correct.
be 25-30.
You bet. It's being cost shared as if it's regional
As if it's
headquarters
regional.
cost share at the 2377, you're right, it should be 50/50.
Ms. Serhan?
This, some of the cost shares are at different percentages, right, Christine?
You
But this is
betcha.
a 600 unit, so it would be a Rocky-based
Any of the
truck.
ones in Station 60 would be 50/50, 50 county, 50 town. Any of the units that are used for the regional service in the 900s would be at that 2377, like our operational cost share.
Okay.
So Councillor Melhoff is correct, that one needs to be updated, so I can fix that. Thank you for catching it. And again, reflective of a 7-year life cycle replacement again down the road in the capital plan. We're just trucking along. 900, that's a headquarters unit. Again, you'll see that cost share of that 23%, 77% split. And that one also increased $10,000 year over last year based on what Fleet was able to do in purchasing in 2022 and 3.
I would have one question, and two, you referred to the 7-year replacement schedule. Has that been working out, or sometimes we're told by the vehicle manufacturers that their product is getting better quality all the time? I was just wondering if that could be stretched another year or something along that.
Honestly, I would not be a subject matter expert. I would leave to my friends in Fleet and Kurt's department, because they get to deal with the issues that occur. If there's lifespan left in them, they may remain in county fleet for another use, depending on what type of unit and what it could be used for. But from an emergency services perspective, our fleet management plan has them on that seven-year life cycle, because they have to get to where they're going in a hurry.
Sure.
And we don't want to be dispatching mechanics on the side of the road when we're already heading to an emergency. Not that we want to do that for any other staff, but sometimes they're redeployed within our fleet and they're not gone from the county, and sometimes they're gone to auction after that too. It just depends on what the experts tell us that they need to be happening at the time.
I understand the concept of responding to an emergency, not creating the emergency. That's good.
Absolutely.
Oh, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. The 900 unit, as I always try to compare them, and maybe I shouldn't, to the 08 units, because they're fairly comparable. And you have those listed at 110 and the 900 unit at 120. Does the command unit just have that much more capability that it's $10,000 different line item?
The difference is the hopper and the stuff contained within the box to keep things heated as well. So I understand it's just the topper is the difference, essentially, the back end portion of it. So the 08 units in the stations don't have a topper.
Oh, I thought they did. Okay, thank you.
Or doghouse, I guess it could be called too, depending on tool racks and toppers. 202. All right, that's the number. 202 is the next one Tracy pulled up for us. That is a tender from the Condor station that was ordered in 2022. Sorry, I apologize. That's a 2024 purchase. Expected delivery in 2026. So deposit 1 year, delivery 2 years later.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Station 10 and 20 are meant to be complementary stations.
Correct.
Is there a tender in both?
There is, I believe. Should have brought fire services here with me. They'd have the answer immediately. I didn't print off the entire fire service master plan. I'll have to get back to you on that.
I just want to make sure that we're confirming that the 10, 20 stations being those complementary, that we're not duplicating services with, 2 class 1 pumps to make sure that we are making them the complementary stations they're meant to be, that's all. Yeah, she was scared.
Yeah, I know, it's we're.
Pardon me?
While we're chatting, I can answer that question. I just need the master plan in front of me.
It's amazing how much price of a truck goes up in one life cycle, from about 200,000 to 720,000. One life cycle. I know all about the last one.
So the 102 from Bill Station is a 2021, so that's replacement in 2041. Sorry, Councillor Malhab. My apologies, I went to grab my actual copy of the master plan, which was on my computer. I only pulled up ones that were in the 10-year plan to be ordered, hard copy. So I went to the master plan, and the 102 in the Leslieville Station was ordered delivered in 2021. So that's a 2041 replacement, so there are tenders in both locations.
Okay. I think, please continue.
Okay. Next one down just a little, Tracy, for me.
Pick me up truck.
Excellent. Another 08 unit that was in the Leslieville Station, 2026 purchase, and then the be at the end of the 10-year capital plan. Keep going, Trace. 300. Apologize, they're not in numerical order, which my plan is. And that is a light brush truck for the Caroline Station. This is a 300 unit, showing as a 2025 deposit. So that's when we cut the PO, and then they're up to 2-year build times, so expecting that to deliver in 2027. Uh, 906, another command unit, life cycling in 2027. Go on. 908, a command unit, also life cycling in 2027. $1206 would be a UTV trailer, and that is, UTV, not a trailer, and 2027 would be the life cycle. And UTVs are one of the ones that aren't as frequently used as some of the rescue or engine units, so that is something Fleet always does a look over to see how many kilometers they put on it, what the maintenance life cycle would be, and whether it's worth keeping a little bit longer. So they definitely will take a look at the individual units and see if they could either be repurposed or continued use. So that would be a type of unit where that could be bumped in future years based on Fleet recommendation for sure, or council direction. 506 is a Nordegg UTV unit, same replacement life cycle there. I think they were purchased around the same time. And that again would be a life cycle at 15 years in 2027.
And I guess a question I would have on those UTV units, when they originally came in service, they were community funded, now they're 100% county funded. So am I correct in that?
I understand that is the history, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. If there was community funding, we would probably welcome that with open arms as well. 513 is a rescue and pump unit out of our Nordegg station. That one is a life cycle at that 2028 in the capital plan. Again, the deposit and delivery years may need to be adjusted in the future if we're still seeing that 500-day build times for units. For now, I guess it's been left as the deposit 1 year, balance in the second year. 902, another command unit, that life cycle's in 2028. And that's, you can probably keep going, Tracy. 902 and 908 were purchased the same year, so they both life cycle, 902 and 904 were purchased the same year, they both life cycle in 2028. 502, tender for the Nordegg station, again, 2028 for the 10% deposit, 2029 for the balance of that tender.
Could I ask a question on this one? Since
Sure.
I see the amount is somewhat less than it was in the last
tender we saw, which I believe was for Condor, probably a different unit, would that be?
I will find that out for you, just 1 second. It could just be that we haven't adjusted that one for price increases that have happened due to supply chain. I think that's more likely the reason, because it is a combination unit. I'll get back to council with that answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
This would probably be a single axle. Condor's a tandem.
Breathing apparatus, again, based on the compressor stations for oxygen filling. 10 to 15-year life cycle, they are maintained as well. So if we can limp them along longer, we do. But 2027 for a replacement unit. I'm not sure which station. 500. Oh, did it say 500 on there?
Compressor in Nordegg.
Yeah, I don't think a unit is noted on that one, so I'll make that, update that for the capital budget discussion. When we put the descriptions in there, usually for the budget year, so for us to go into 2027, we'd have to wait for 2026 to put the description in, otherwise it's gonna show up. That's why a lot of the ones you would have seen would say 2023 under the comments section, because this was built based on our 2023 budget. And 306 is a UTV for Caroline. Looks like that comes up for life cycle in 2025. If fleet agrees that it's good to be replaced, then. Next one, Tracy. Is that it for me? I have no idea. Yeah, I see that. I don't know why it says that.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The breathing air compressor is showing as coming from tax revenue. But if we were planning to try to shift everything into picking a savings account for it to come from, should we be shifting that then to be coming from the fire capital?
Certainly that would be up to council's discretion if you wish to do that. I think we did the math on the 10-year capital plan divided by 10 years. And I mean, it's relative to a 20-year life cycle for some units, so it won't be exactly accurate division of how much you'd have to put in each year. But that 800,000 would take into account that amount as well. I believe under a threshold we were funding from tax revenue because it wasn't something like a large purchase, I guess, but definitely fits the bill for capital. So it certainly could be adjusted easily if that's what council wishes.
Just for the exercise we've been trying to do for the last day and a half, I'm trying to figure out how we have to fund things, and if 800 is appropriate, just like Mr. Magnus saying he would like to see 1.2 in order to make sure that his is funded for the next 10 years. Just want to make sure we're lining up appropriately for funding sources.
And a question I would have before I go to Councillor Cermak, this is replacing an existing air compressor?
Yes, you bet.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
I'm sorry, I just don't have the expertise in this fire as some people on this council. And I need to know, command unit, how many do they have? And are they the first unit that's at the fire? Or what are they basically used for?
Sure.
Transportation apparatus for firefighters, or?
So a command
I'm kind of out in the cold on this fire, and I really would like to be up to date. That was a bad use of a pun, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak, and if I may, Chair. A command unit is one of the, it would be like a pickup truck, a light utility pickup truck unit that would have, it would be assigned to an individual that is either a fire chief, a deputy chief, assistant chief, a battalion chief. So that any of those types of chief officers would have a pickup truck unit that they could go from their location to an emergency. And that's whether it's during business hours or after hours. And so we do have an on-call rotation to make sure that we're served 24/7. So they take those trucks home and then respond directly to an incident from there. So they are firefighters, but they end up more likely being an incident commander to make sure the crews are safe, that the appropriate people and equipment are in the right location at the right time. So it's a light-duty pickup truck.
So the ones that command the command unit is really a safety hand in the oil patch. That's where I'm from. They look after and make sure that all firefighters are safe, and they are safe also.
I think there would be a similar function, but they could certainly jump in and help with an emergency
Yeah.
if need be. They would also be geared up with medical bags and things like that if they're responding to a medical call. So they could certainly operate in excess of a safety officer, in my opinion. There would be more of somebody that would be that duty officer or incident commander that makes sure the scene is good. There's appropriate number of staffing for the type of emergency that crews are doing what they should. We also have incident commanders that come on larger apparatus as well. They don't go to every call with those pickup truck units. If somebody's coming out of the Rocky Station and they have sufficient leadership at their captain, lieutenant level, depending on the nature of the call, they may or may not have to go to site with that pickup truck. So there's incident commanders that come from both types of apparatus, if that makes sense.
Okay. I think that does. I think that clears up a little line for me. I see that they can jump in, help, and two heads are better than one for making decisions. Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Since you come from the oil field background, the consultant, being the big boss on the oil site, Christine, she's the one. Your driller, that's your incident commander.
Yeah, I work in, not in the building. I was the boss on the job.
So you're the
I'm
consultant.
gonna take her on a word that reference applies.
Sorry.
Perhaps you can sign up for one of the online ICS things that you can take online, and that give you a little bit of idea of the instant command systems. ICS 100 is available online, and that might be an awesome way for you to dip your toe into incident command structures and instant command systems.
I know. Well, I was just, she named off about 5 different people that have command units. Sure. A battalion leader. Okay, that's nice. That's a nice title. What does he do?
Tactical commander.
There you go.
If that helps. Battalion chief's your tactical commander.
Like if you're not in this fire area, which I'm not, it's really nice to have that background.
We'll do a tabletop.
Yeah,
Bring some
well, sure.
cars.
And I do have one other question. When do we get our new ladder truck? Because I'm really excited to see this and we need it in this county. I was really behind this. I'm really anxious to see it.
Yes, we are too. So yeah, it was, at that point, it wasn't 500-day build time, but it's likely to be the end of this year or maybe early 2024. So it was ordered in 2022, and it's just, at that point, it was, I believe, 360-day delivery time. So just over a year. Yeah.
Sounds like we need to do a council unveiling when that gets here.
Yes, we certainly can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody, for clarifying.
No.
Oh,
I think I'm done, am I?
All day.
Good, I'm done.
I'm holding myself back.
And you did to know.
So,
I think that was it for my list.
Thank you, Director Hager, that was
And you'll
terrific.
see it all again at ICC and then budget 2024.
Woo-hoo. So we continue forward, yeah, let's, Mr. Martinson, are you up again?
I'm ready. Yeah, they just sprinkled me in throughout today, so
Yeah.
here I am.
Yeah,
Actually, if you wanted to do that, Eric popped in here, so you can
oh, okay.
scroll back up there. There's an explanation for you.
So yes, one. Industrial commercial land development.
I don't believe that one shows a funding.
It's kind of a blank page. So that's always,
So I know it historically has been on there, and it's, the description exactly describes what the intention was a future industrial commercial land development undisclosed location. I believe that was actually an item that is one of those similar, that we carried a budget for a few years and then just removed it because without a location, without a plan, that's why we have the restricted surplus set up for, the Public Works capital, I believe it was more of the reserve set up for in the event of a industrial commercial land development. So I think it's just residual from that.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Oh, and here I thought it was for the Nordegg expansion in the industrial commercial along the trunk there. That was where my brain went.
So technically, should we all recuse ourselves to, never mind.
So, because I know we had discussed that the Nordegg, the trunk road stuff. Now, is that because it's in 2023?
It's in 2023, and that would be funded through the Nordegg Development due from account. Yeah.
Thank you.
27 or something?
Does it show
Just give me a second.
Okay, any further questions or comments relating to that item? I guess we can move on to the next, which I believe is Nordegg Discovery Center. and
2025.
that's- Sorry?
is there a budget amount associated with it?
3 million.
Oh, maybe we better put a little bit of a pause on and see where the 3.1 million.
see where that is at all.
It's in the Public Works capital, funding. Like, okay, your capital capital details, page 27 and 48. So, on the capital. I'll find it in the details also, but this is in the summary document. The the one that's 48 pages long. Yeah, the detail one, the detail summary by funding source. Is it the second one then? Oh, the first one. Yeah.
Yeah. To reiterate it, I know that was, it was the previous council that identified land development, there was, of course, fresh off the election previous, there was, we had the joint development area as a prospective land development area, as well as somewhere, extending water, wastewater out east along our Highway 11 corridor or south. There was just, it was earmarked to identify the need and the desire that, that we would develop somewhere, an industrial commercial, primarily located somewhere close to Rocky Mountain House. It's just, it has been, there's not a whole bunch of information not a whole bunch to talk about because there was never a disclosed specific project. It was the idea of a economic development, land industrial, or commercial industrial development to spur, then was the funding strategy been identified as?
As the Public Works capital restricted surplus, which has $1 million going into it annually.
So yeah, it's significantly underfunded as well.
Well, it would cover that 3.1 because at the end of 2022, there's $2.8 million in there and another million earmarked to go in for 2023. So at the end of 2025, there's still $600,000 with that project. So I guess the decision is that something this council is interested in continuing? If it's not, then that restricted surplus can be reallocated and put to a different priority, or move the project to a different year or stop funding that restricted surplus account at $1 million a year.
So can you just refresh what that particular restricted surplus was called? Because just what I heard sounded like it was somewhat flexible in its definition, just from its title.
It's called Public Works Capital, and it was the land, in this specific $1 million a year was for industrial and commercial land development.
So is that not the same amount for the Caroline Industrial? That was, okay. I don't remember how that was funded.
So I might maybe I'll just say here, this is one of the difficulties of having a lot of different restricted surpluses, which kind of have similar,
Yep.
we have to understand the definition and intent of that surplus. Otherwise, they end up being all grouped together to meet some project that maybe wasn't the intent of that.
Yeah, the intent of that was definitely for industrial and commercial land development. It was when it started, I want to say more than 4 years ago, that it was noted that there was no real commercial or industrial land to be available to purchase for a business coming into the county. And the council of that day decided that they wanted to maybe move in the same direction that they were in Nordegg, to have some form of lots available to be purchased, ready for a business to move into.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Considering that we spoke earlier about having a workshop along this line, I think we should keep it for the meantime until we've had a workshop and can have some more direction.
Okay, Councillor Graham.
I'm just a little bit lost. So we're looking at job number 3067, industrial/commercial land development, right? And which one is it up on the screen?
It's funded through the Public Works Capital Restriction.
Okay, so this is
Page 4 is 48.
page 4 of 48. Okay, so this is not the cost for it that's up here. This is the restricted surplus account.
No, this is the cost of it.
That's Caroline.
So if you go to that, let me find the detail page for it.
There's not a number on the detail page if it's.
We'll come back to this one.
Okay,
Sounds
sorry.
like a plan.
That's good. My apologies.
Because what I see up there is the expenditure for Public Works Capital for 24-25 is the same as what the Caroline Commercial Development would be. But then if that fund keeps as a $1 million per year into it as part of our funding directive, right? So it would continue to have $1 million a year beyond 25, or every year.
Every year.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry to get this, Director Martin.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't something we said or didn't say.
You know what, let's just jump in the next truck here. It's like, so the next one we got, it's too small, I can't see. Oh, the museum. Oh.
Are we back to Nordegg discussion?
Yes, I think, why don't we, we're close to a break time here. Let's take 10 and we'll be back at 1:15. Welcome back, everyone. We continue through our strategic planning exercise today. And I will go to, I believe, Nordegg Discovery Center is next, and that's Mr. Martinson's gig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time going into the details because council hopefully recalls yesterday morning we received a good update as to where we are with this multi-year process. So just a reminder, it did start in 2019-20, and we are planning on doing a ton of work this year with the project being finished off next year, and that's what we're seeing here in front of you is the last bit of work to be done in 2024 coming out of core infrastructure reserve. So was there any questions, anything that popped up in your guys' mind last night that we didn't get a chance to ask when we had Hatley in yesterday?
No, I think we're, I think we're excited to see the results.
We're looking forward to delivering them.
And I know the historic mine site
Yep.
is probably one of the
Part and
items.
of course, to the importance of the historic Nordegg programs that we operate. So this year the mine site will be open. We've done some preliminary engineering work 2022. We've got some more engineering to do in 2023. And as I alluded to earlier, we will be bringing a agenda item to an appropriate meeting in the future. I don't know what that looks like, whether that's exactly the format. Still some work to be done with the CAO in his office to schedule that, but we are committing to have that in front of council prior to the budget deliberations, so council can have a philosophical discussion about the mine site to help us decide where we're gonna head in the future. We will have our engineering in front of you, so you'll be able to see the entire gamut of that site, from what's great to what's not, and some of the troubles that are causing some of the challenges there. And from there, we'll talk about you know, that philosophy of how it fits with Nordegg and what we're willing to invest in it to do that. So, but otherwise, it'll be business as usual this summer for the most part when it comes to tours. Tours won't be identical to what we've done in the past, but they'll be very similar. We will be going into some buildings that have been entered in the past, and we will be going into some buildings that we haven't been in the past. And what buildings we go into will be determined by our engineers and what we can make safe and what we can build into a quality experience for our customers. So that will be the plan for Nordegg. We're shooting for May long weekend or slightly before as our opening date. There's an awful lot of snow up there right now. Obviously, for those that have been out to the mine site, it is a sub-alpine location. So we are battling deep snow, even though if you were to go into downtown Nordegg right now, it's relatively snow-free, but just that elevation change. So we're already a little bit behind what our schedule would be like to do the work that we need in there this spring to have the mine site open, but we are well-resourced in my department, but also Public Works Operations and Infrastructure, who are all assisting us in getting that site open. So we're pretty confident that tours will be available for May long weekend, and that's going to be the plan for the mine site this year.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I've asked this question before, but would this rehabilitation qualify under any of the Travel Alberta grants?
Yeah, so part of the engineering we're gonna do this year is to be, I guess everybody loves the buzzword shovel ready for any type of construction that we could then float out to provincial and federal. This is a provincial designated historic site. It's also a national designated historic site. So we'll be shopping these projects once we have them designed to the point they can be shopped. We'll be shopping them out there. as our finance team has mentioned, both of them, that grants are harder to come by today than they have been in the past. I would fully agree with that in my experience in the environmental world and whatnot. In the historical world, there seems to still be a bit of grants available, so that's great. We hope to get out there and grab some of that, and so that'll be part of the funding plan we put forward in the future to council.
Thank you.
And Division 1, please.
Thank you. On the funding source for this item, it's showing it as grant revenue. But I thought that we would not be putting funding sources of grant revenue unless we had already received it. So are we saying that we've received the grants to do this already, or that we're not doing it unless there is? Just curious for the rationale.
It's a bit of a legacy that was put in kind of previous to these strategies, so we'll be making some tweaks to those. We have not received the grants. I wouldn't expect a project to be 100% grant funded anyway. That's typically not normal, so the way I would normally do that would be, 50% funded with possibility of grant funding if the project was successful. So we're gonna, I'm not even sure on the scheduling. That's part of the discussion we need to have. Once we have the plan together at what needs to be done in the mine, we don't expect to do that work if council wants to do any of it in 1 year. The mine site's been there for 50 plus years. The degradation of some of the facilities have happened over that 50 years. 1 extra year isn't gonna be the deal breaker, and if it is, so be it. But we plan on having a fulsome discussion with council about what timeline we need to do this. Phasing it out, doing a little bit every year, those are good strategies. If council wants to, take a giant bite 1 year, that's another strategy. But whether this is 2025 or beyond, or if our engineers say you gotta do this to building A, otherwise you'll lose it, maybe 2024 is in the mix. So scheduling, I think, is gonna be as important to this as how much. I'm not sure my department has the capacity or even the support I have from other departments has the capacity to do one swipe anyway. So those are all the things we'll be looking at. Make up our recommendations when this comes back in front of you late summer, early fall.
Thank you.
Okay. Does that take us, not sure where we're at here then. Ms. Serhan, please.
Well, first, I just want to apologize for the confusion earlier, and as much as it pains me, I have to say that Eric was right. Oh. So that project that's in the industrial and commercial, coming out of that restricted surplus is the Caroline project. So, and that is funded through that restricted surplus that is getting the $1 million. So I thought there was 2 different projects, but there is only the one that's moving forward with Public Works. So it's all good. It's a project, it's funded. So that concludes all of the project details. I just sent Tracy kind of a sketch of the priorities that aren't currently funded and what it would take to fund these priorities. I just want to do a quick review. It's a different one? Okay. Then we're gonna talk about tax revenue. And the only other real source of funding is debt. So the major projects that are kind of not real annual projects, they're more like, this is on the horizon and we want to put some money away to do these major projects, with the exception of the Public Works paving, which is an ongoing project that's just underfunded currently. So the projects as listed on the left-hand side there is the administration building, currently in the plan for 2028. So you can see it's short $12.8 million. To fund that by 2028 would be $2.1 million a year, starting in 2023 to 2028. The ag-rec facility is short $4.2 million for the 2028 portion of the project, and then the entire $10 million for the project, or the phase 2 of that project in 2030. So to fund both of those projects to 2028 is $1.9 million, and then for 2029 and 2030, $1.2 million to just top that amount up to get to that $10 million. We could move that around a little, considering it would be $10 million that would be needed in 2030. We could decrease the 2023 through 2028 and increase the 29 to 30, but I just took an average of what was required and to what year. The core infrastructure is the one that's changed the most because it's not really a restricted surplus we've used before. It was created, I think, 2 years ago. $3 million was put in there, and there have since been about $3 million worth of projects being funded through there. So there's really no annual funding going in. However, over this last several weeks, the directors have been identifying that this could be a core infrastructure project and could be funded through that. So to fund those projects, there's $17 million worth of projects identified to come out of there at $1.5 million a year until 2033, and that would likely be ongoing into perpetuity. Public Works paving, same kind of thing. In fact, because there is a balance in that and we're using that over the next 10 years to also fund some of the projects, after 2033, that amount would need to increase. The sewer project in 2030 of $12 million to fund that's $1.5 million a year until 2030. The cell development is $3.5 million, so $583,000 from now until 2028 annually. Broadband, the core backbone is $8.7 million. We can put that one aside until decisions have been brought forward to council from the committee, but as it stands, $2.1 million a year for the next 4. And there was $830,000 worth of fire smaller items over the next 10 years. And if we wanted to move that to being funded through the restricted surplus that's set up for the fire equipment, that would be an additional $83,000 a year. So you can see the bottom line there is $10.6 million a year for the next 4, drops a little. And, you know, there is a big project year in 2028 and another large one in 2030. And then it's, even though the amount that needs to go in there drops in 2031, 32, and 33, I'm sure there will be projects coming forward that need to be funded. The other thing that we haven't talked about yet is the projects that aren't on the list that was provided to council from administration. So if there are projects that councillors feel they would like added to the project list, we could discuss those now. I don't know how you want to do that, if you want to go around the room, and I'll leave that to you, Mr.
So something
Chairman.
like a wish list or something they've heard within their community that they think may be a priority in their division, or?
Correct. So
Something they see-
is this something you want to move from a wish list to a project plan? Like, and does the entire committee agree that that is what they want to do?
Okay. So if anybody's willing to go first, I know Councillor Graham's light is on, probably not related to this, but I'll hit you up on that. You get to go first.
It was related. I'm always willing to throw a wish list out, and I'm sure I'll come up with more things as we talk here. For me, my number one thing that I have written here is the Condor North gravel road, to pave that.
Do you have a year that you would like that done in?
No? As soon as feasibly possible. Please. Something that it's not so much a wish list, but I thought I would bring it up today was, you were mentioning last year in 30 years, the landfill. I was wondering if we should start a restricted surplus for that, and even if we're just putting a little bit in just to, I know it's nice when we have a project come up and past councils have saved for it, so that might be too far ahead though, I don't know.
Well, we currently have a liability set aside for that, so that
Okay.
is one of those things that subtracts from your equity, so it is sitting there. And it changes every year based on interest rates and what the future value of money and the future, what we think that project is gonna be. So we have engineers that look at it periodically, and then we base the new amount on how much airspace is left in that cell. And the only time that that's gonna happen is if we actually close that landfill. So adding a new cell increases airspace, so then the liability goes down in that year, and it really does fluctuate a lot, but there is a liability on the financial statements for that.
Okay. I don't know if this is relevant now when we're gonna have a workshop about waste, but a trading/donation area in the waste transfer stations. And my final thing that I have written down is better lighting for Leslieville, better street lighting. I've heard some stories of people parking in the kind of shaded areas, and they're trying to steal those converter things. Thank you, Councillor Cermak, and everything like that. And we have some really ambitious and people in Leslieville right now who are trying to get the hamlet looking better and draw more people to it. And I think that would be a wonderful draw to have some better lighting for them. That concludes my list for now.
All right, anybody interested in next? I know Deputy Reeve Milhoff's light's on.
Thank you, Reeve. 752 access with using Range Road, I believe it's 7-2 into town. I know that happens to require intergovernment relationships to be in play, but particularly surrounding the twinning of that highway. I want to ensure our residents have adequate access to our urban hub, being the town, and it's logical to me to try to work on that particular access point, as long as you're not going to give me a reason why it can't be done, and then I'll stop harping on this particular project, but I think that it's logical.
Mr. Hanson.
It's not the first time that we've had the discussion about this. Actually, it was Public Works actually brought this to the town of Rocky Mountain House, I'm gonna say 5-6 years ago. Their biggest concern is where the access comes into the town, and it's in a residential area that has parking on both sides of the street plus two-way traffic. And the town indicated at the time that they were actually adamantly opposed to the idea of a creation of a bypass, you know, actually doing exactly what you're trying to accomplish, is that people would then no longer be coming up to the intersection, which is, you know, possibly soon gonna be divided, going an at-grade divided highway intersection, and then they'll be bypassing through that area into town and be funneling a significant amount of traffic into an area that's probably wasn't originally designed for that. So the town really pump the brakes on our ambition at the time. That was a previous town council as well, so I would offer that up as one of the challenges that will come with that, their infrastructure would likely, I could certainly see the challenges there, you know, past the Bottle Depot there in that residential area, to what their concerns would be, and, so we could definitely investigate it if this committee wishes us to. We could price point it out as well, but, that's what I see as the biggest challenge.
I think it's worth a conversation. And my brain specifically went towards, because it's being twinned, and if that's gonna be a divided area spot or a contentious intersection, I know rather than turning left, a lot of people from my division will turn right. And I would rather them take the opportunity to turn left especially if we're making it easier for them. And I think that would benefit the town, so I think it's worth the conversation. And I know this isn't in my division, but I'd like to take the opportunity to advocate for the little kid playground in Leslieville. For Councillor Graham, I know that that's already on your radar, but I want to show that as one of the priorities for myself. And we have discussed it previously, and I sent out an email as well regarding a secondary access egress route into that subdivision, just off of Everdale there. If we're able to look into that, I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that one too.
Yeah, that subdivision was, of course, it was actually created and approved by Clearwater County. It had a very substandard bridge at best. It was a single lane bridge. Clearwater Estates is the subdivision we're referring to. And it was constructed in the way with the egress that met the conditions of the day. I can appreciate, you know, the concern of the fire hazard that a wildland urban interface type community can create. But that was definitely, you know, when I'm thinking of that type of investment into an infrastructure to service just that one subdivision, I know they were pretty reluctant to even, like, if it was a local improvement, like if this is a driving force out of the community, you know, historically they didn't even really want to pay for a portion of the dust suppression. So the paying for a portion of a second access to access that community would be highly unlikely, I would think, from the community, unless somebody can tell me otherwise. But very, very expensive. There's really, let's say, 3 ways that I could see to get out, or 2 ways. You know, one would be a major bridge to cross the Clearwater River to try to go east. Of course, that's the nice part about that subdivision, why it was created, is that, you know, the kind of the isolated nature close to the river. So a major bridge to try to go east, or a very long route to go 4 kilometers or 5 kilometers going to the south, or to avoid another subsequent bridge across the Prairie Creek, which is that Prairie Creek Bridge. When we upgraded that, actually, all the ratepayers of Clearwater County upgraded that bridge going into that subdivision already, which is probably one of the most expensive bridges that we've actually put in for the county at this time. Definitely something that can be looked into if it's the desire of this committee, but there's some expensive challenges there.
Well, that's why we need to have the conversation, so we know all of those pieces of the puzzle. And for me, I would rather have the conversation than about the 752 access with Range Road 7-2, and put the other one further down on the list, especially since it's not necessarily a large number of residents that are pushing for a second egress. There's a couple, but not a large number, and I think the higher benefit to my division as a whole would be that, and the town, honestly, would be that 7-2 access into town. And I also want to take the opportunity to agree with the recycle, reduce, reuse sheds at the transfer sites. I've heard that multiple times since they removed our access to the one in town. I've heard it a lot. Thank you.
And Councillor Graham?
I just remembered another one, and it's a fairly, I'll just go all day if you guys don't start throwing things out there. It's a fairly inexpensive one in Condor, actually. It came up in one of our area structure plan meetings, and it's an area in Condor for people to park their campers. So and I know we have to look into the liability of it, if we can even do it or not. With the changes in Condor, there are people who used to be able to park their campers in their driveways, but they would hang into the right of way a bit, and now they're on the road basically. So they have to go rent a space, to park their campers now when they didn't have to before. So we have some land in Condor, and I think that's worth looking into as a committee or as a council, however we want to, and see if that's a feasible idea.
Mr. Martinson?
Sorry, I just wanted to make a clarification. Was that just for storage or for camping? Just for storage. Okay, good.
Okay, Councillor Northcott.
Okay, well, if this is, so I guess I'll start with the smaller ones and the most immediate ones that I can see. But right now with the Caroline, like the hub / arena and the Dovercourt Hall, there's been events that have been canceled due to those buildings maybe not meeting 100% of the codes and legislative requirements to date. So, if, you know, to have those buildings brought up to meet all the codes, legislative requirements to be able to allow community events and functions to proceed there, that would be number one. Number two would be to, you know, somehow either work with the Alberta government and the Village of Caroline and complete a thorough infrastructure study for all the infrastructure within the Village of Caroline. I think that's going to be very valuable information to move forwards, whichever way this direction of amalgamation or dissolution goes. And then number three, there's a lot of pens going really fast. That's great. That's awesome. Number three would be to have public water and sanitary and utilities installed in the light industrial area at Caroline. And then after that, there could be number four would be create an account, whatever you want to call it, restricted account or whatever, but for a future seniors housing project in the southern portion of the county, probably in Caroline. And also a restricted account to possibly fund a future fire hall and emergency services building in Caroline. So that's my list. But like Councillor Graham, I could probably go for longer, but that would be okay for now. Thank you.
Anybody next? Councillor Cermak.
Seeing that Jordan took all of mine.
Well, yours are just the ones with all the zeros.
At least we think alike. First off, I'd like to ask one question. The grants from the gas tax, is that provincial or federal?
It's administered to the provincial government, but the funding comes from the federal government.
Okay, because is that gonna stay the same now that the Alberta government has taken away our 13 cents off the gas price? We haven't paid that for the last 7 months when you go and fill up your car. So is that gas tax still gonna come to us even though we're not paying it?
As far as I know.
Because I can see that being cut.
Yeah.
And
I haven't
that really
heard-
alarms me because that's $4 million or better.
Our federal gas tax fund is about $660,000 a year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I can see that going by the wayside when the Alberta people are not paying it. So I would think the provincial government's gonna say we're not entitled to it.
Well, we are still paying the federal taxes at the pumps. We're not paying the provincial gas tax.
The 13
Which
cents.
is a provincial program, which could affect our LGFF, but I would not anticipate it affecting the federal gas.
Okay. I just wanted to bring it forward so that I would have some information.
Yeah, no,
So nobody knows it should go on like it is.
yes.
Okay.
No notification.
Yeah, they seem to surprise us all the time when they want to give you something
Fair enough.
for free because there's a big bill attached to it at the end. Yeah, I'm not that excited about our provincial government right now. And the NDP even looks worse.
That's
by
the
What they're
finance,
saying. Whoops, I can't say that in council. Sorry.
that's the finance
This is not a
person's,
paid advertisement.
Sorry.
I was gonna say earlier that that's the finance person's, you know, best joke is, you know, is that really a gift?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to see a new fire hall in Caroline. Right where it's situated right now. We block the whole main highway when we have to get out of there in a rush. To get back into it, we block the highway again because we gotta drive the fire trucks across the street, block it to get back in there to back in. It's not very safe where it's at right now. We do have land that we could use that we own. The other thing is the senior housing complex in Caroline would be a real bonus because in the next 5 years, this county's gonna need some more senior housing. Cause us baby boomers, like myself, are getting to the age where we wanna relax a little bit more, do a little more golfing or whatever. And along with that, maybe some staff housing here in Rocky and in Caroline, so that we can offer some better commercial people, more businesses to come into our county. And the other thing, if we're in the paving mood, paving 5-2, which is off the end of the Stauffer Road, that goes south to the Crammon Road, I happen to live on that. I want everybody to know it. I have not seen so many big trucks on that road in the last 5 years. I've lived there for 22 years. And I can't believe the amount of big trucks that avoid 22 and 54 corner. They go straight across and then they go across on the Crammon Road. Those roads aren't built for heavy traffic, but they're getting it. It is amazing the amount of heavy traffic that goes over that road just to avoid that intersection. Because they know that there's accidents at that intersection. So even logging trucks are bypassing because they can't get on 22 because the bridge over the Clearwater is restricted. Some of the loads are too heavy, so they get on the Stauffer Road, straight across and over, and they avoid 54. Some of them turn, some of them use 54, but it's getting to be a real safety issue. Just something I wanted to bring up, and I do want everybody to know that I live on 5-2.
What was that address?
I can't tell you my blue number because I don't know it.
Got some extra soap, window soap.
I think it's 5-2 that I live on.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, it might not be either, come to think of it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it
it
is.
is,
I think it's 5-2 and
Yeah, you're right.
3-6. I know that it was slated to be paved about 8 years ago when Earl Graham was on council. It was slated and then it was taken off.
So is this is the road formerly known as the Stang Road,
Yep,
or otherwise known as the Stang Road?
yep, you betcha. Right off the end of the 761. Yeah.
Ms. Surhan?
I'd just like to clarify, the staff housing in Rocky and Caroline, like for county staff, is that what you're?
For any staff to create something for businesses, especially for senior housing. Most of the people that you're gonna get to work in a senior housing is gonna be people from outside of Canada to come and work in them. You need to supply them with housing.
So some sort of low-income housing, you're thinking?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Thanks. I said my worth.
I think there were a number of federal, provincial plans to increase the number of spaces, I think. Might be interesting to see if there's some supports of grants available for that kind of thing.
Yeah, because every business you talk to can't get people. They're just short.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. If we're looking into staff housing, we talked about Nordegg, lots and lots and lots.
Yep.
It's definitely valuable to throw Nordegg on the list for staff housing.
Yes, that would be the three that I would pick.
With regards to the fire hall, just as a point of information for yourself, that is the only part of the fire agreement that Caroline is responsible for, is the building in which the fire trucks are held. Just to give you a little piece of that puzzle, that's the only portion of the fire agreement that they manage. All of the rest of the cost of those trucks, the cost of the operations, the cost of firemen, the cost of any of the equipment is covered by Clearwater County. The only part that they cover is that fire hall. Just to give you an idea of, because I'd be the first one down there, honestly, with a hammer and a 2x4 to help build a new fire hall in the event that wasn't the case. But that is the case currently, just to give you that history.
Because, just to further what I'm saying, is that fire hall and those people there do such a big area out in the West Country that they are getting so behind that they need that because they're looking after such a big area out to the west, especially in the summertime. Those people, they just get out to a call and they get back and they're ready to go back to their normal work and they're out again. It's nothing to see fire engines leave that town 3 times on a day in a weekend, a long weekend especially.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Absolutely, I agree. And having worked out of that station, I know the difficulties with backing into that hall. I know especially on a busy weekend when you're blocking because the engine is the one that's parked right facing the street. So I absolutely understand the difficulties. I'm just wanting to make sure that you understand the other background pieces that go with that particular station. And with your seniors project, potentially new apparatus would be needed in that community to be able to service that level of facility anyway, if that was to go forwards, and then a new fire hall would have to happen then too. So there's lots of moving pieces that go with a couple of your asks.
Yeah, the new ladder truck was gonna be used out there too. It's gonna be in Rocky. I'm sure that it was to be used in the whole county.
It's a regional entity, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just have to train the seniors to hold their breath a little longer.
Yeah, we pass out.
Councillor Swanson.
Wish list, Highway 761 to Highway 54, we gotta find an answer to that. It's more for emergency services than anything. I've said it in the last term, I'll say it again. Gimlet Road, I advocate the County of Lacombe Council every time I see them. If not paved, then we have to find a maintenance agreement maybe through the ICC with both Thonoka and Lacombe in order to grade that and keep that in good condition. Trail system east, we have a lot of trail system west. I'd love to see some more trail systems working east, especially from Town of Rocky into Leslieville into Condor. Secondary suites, I think that's gonna be our quickest turnaround is allowing our residents to do secondary suites to help with the seasonal employment issues on a very quick turnaround. And somewhere along the line, I would like to see an area structure plan that would maybe identify industrial commercial areas in our county.
So, sorry, Councillor Swanson, you mentioned 761 to 53. Okay, 53. Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure, because, okay. Okay,
I really like that last one.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I really like your last.
Okay.
My wish list. similar to what we've had. In Nordegg, with a few little exceptions that are being worked on, I think we're doing very well. So I don't have anything there. I would like to see some more paving west on Highway 11A, as that is such a poor agricultural area, it would be ideal for more acreages. I guess which is part of my main one is economic development. That, you know, we've talked of a municipal corporation to support low-income housing. There's some recreation activities that I think we can support. And I don't know what number that should be that we start building, but set some funds aside for that. And that's my list.
Okay, great, my turn, okay, I'm gonna start real simple with me, with easily achievable things. First is world peace, cure for cancer. Now I'll go with the things that are a little more achievable, a tiny piece of glass fiber to every home in Clearwater County and business for that matter. And again, some of the things that were mentioned before, I think with that Condor Road between the corridor schools, I think will become a primary concern very quickly. I think we've been very astute in the past of being able to get ahead of some of the community needs before they become problematic. I can see with construction happening on Highway 11 over the next, probably starting in a couple years from now, that route will become very problematic. So if we've got some solutions there in the short term and the long term, I think that would be a great thing to put a bit of resources towards getting ahead of that problem. That's something I mentioned early in our day yesterday that I think is important that I can see coming at us. I think those playgrounds in both communities, I think we'll need some addressing recreational facilities, playgrounds. I think that can work too out in those eastern central divisions.
Condor and Leslieville, those are the two locations?
Yeah, I'm thinking those east, you know, we have two divisions that kind of take the brunt of those east central population corridors. Yeah, and I think everybody else has put taken my share of zeros for sure in this process. I think there's lots before us, but that's what I would be supportive of. Most of what I've heard from council.
Okay, thank you. I've made a note of all of the projects, and what I'll do is I think the first step is to have them go out to each councillor and identify which ones that they feel are a priority and prioritize these projects. And if a majority of the strategic planning committee agrees that they should end up on the project plan, then we would have the director put some numbers to it before we did anything else. I think we need to find out, you know, how committed the committee is to each of these projects. Again, back to the numbers on the list there of the projects that are kind of what you would call unfunded, even though they've been identified as being funded through a restricted surplus. It's that the restricted surplus doesn't have enough funds in it to fund these projects. And one of the things I wanted to talk about was bringing the tax rate bylaw in front of council for their next meeting. So we're fortunate in Clearwater County that one of the oil companies had a pretty large project within Clearwater County, and even though there is a tax holiday for new construction, this project is not considered new construction because there was already pipe in the ground where they were putting their pipe in the ground. They were increasing their capacity. They weren't constructing a new facility. So that assessment is going to be assessed was assessed in 2022 and part of the assessment for the 2023 tax rate bylaw. So it's going to generate, with all the other increases, a total of about $4.3 million for Clearwater County. So great news, and I think coming up, once the tax holiday is finished, there will be, I don't believe there will be that much assessment coming on board, but there will be another significant increase to the assessment within Clearwater County. So even if that number is $2.5 million of tax revenue that's generated from all of the projects that are considered new, that are currently have a tax holiday, I believe the first year we can tax that is 2025. So 2 more years of the tax holiday. That being said, it still isn't quite the amount that you will need to cover all of the projects that are on the priority list currently. And so the choices are, tax rates haven't increased for 4 years. So even though the assessment is growing, the companies that are getting more assessment are fully aware that they're getting more assessment, that they're going to be paying taxes to Clearwater County. So even though the revenue is increasing, the current assessment wouldn't, and tax levies wouldn't be affected by this. So if you do a tax rate increase, it would also be increasing the amount of taxes that the ratepayers would pay to Clearwater County across the board, not just the ones that have new assessment. So an increase of 1% across the board generates about $500,000 in tax levy. If we average out the $76 million that's included in the priorities already that aren't funded, and we average that over the next 11 years, which is where the time frame that the projects fall into, it's $6.9 million a year that needs to be generated. Considering that 10 million is being required in 2023, but only 2.2 million in 2033. And like I said before, likely there will be projects added to those years as those years become closer. And considering that there's, I don't know, 30 more projects that could potentially end up on the plan. So I'd love to hear council discuss that a little.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I have been thinking about mill rate and the fact this is gonna be coming and the tax rate bylaw for a while. And we could do, like 5-to-1 is typically the ratio for industrial versus or non-residential versus residential.
It's not typical, but it's.
Well, that's what we hear at RMA, that's what we hear in most places.
That's what's legislated, that you have to be under that.
Yeah, and we are well below a 5-to-1 ratio. And in speaking with previous counselors in preparation for even this position, it was always based on trying to drive development, trying to drive the development and trying to get people to come here. But on some of these, I don't think that it matters what the rate is whatsoever for when they develop where they need to develop. Like, these pipelines go in where they need to go. It has nothing to do with what that community's tax rate is for their assessment at all. So I think we could absolutely look at that. One of the other things is we have a lot of ag land that's zoned ag land that's getting an ag land benefit that is not actually ag. I would like us to look at a mill rate for ag production, an ag production mill rate, where we are giving the ag producers the tax rate that they deserve. And the ones that are not actually in ag production are not, that it should be zoned recreational, that theoretically should be zoned completely different, can actually do that. And I know that making a whole new rate is not necessarily the easiest, but perhaps then we can have the conversation about raising the ag rate in general and then giving a rebate to actual ag producers and coming up with a way to quantify that and a way to confirm ag producers. And that would happen, in my opinion, in the ag department. Just some of my mill rate thoughts.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. For clarification for the committee, and at the risk of repeating myself, from previous meetings, our assessment department, whenever they are doing inspections or become aware that there is currently zoned agricultural land, and I shouldn't say zoned, but in an assessment class for agriculture is not being used for agriculture, it does get reclassified to recreation. So that is an active part of our assessment review process, inspection process, make sure those properties are properly classified so that those folks aren't getting a preferential tax rate that they perhaps aren't entitled to.
What's the assessment person's education to determine if that's ag land or not, if that's ag production or not?
Per the MGA and what constitutes an agricultural production of the land, right? The use. What they're raising animals or grain or anything like that for, or is it simply being used for recreational uses? So some professional judgment comes into it, but very much education and training and legislation.
But sometimes it's nice to actually see it in a mill rate. Because it's one thing to see it in your assessment, it's one thing for the entire municipality to see us get behind agriculture.
We're legislated to only have one mill rate for agriculturally assessed property.
Okay.
And if I'm correct in remembering, it's the province that actually sets the assessment rate for farm property to start with, is it not? Or?
Well, there's an assessment formula for property that is assessed with an agricultural assessment in that class. Yes, the province does that.
Mr. Martinson?
I can maybe help a little bit. We do consult with the manager of assessment when it comes to these. I'm aware of a handful of agricultural properties that have been reassessed recreationally based on what's going on the land. And we will talk with assessment and provide them technical information when they need it as far as making that decision. Also, I think when it comes to assessing farmland, it's the soil classification that drives the assessment, and that's the data that the province has pre-established for municipalities doing that. And there is confusion around that assessment versus your soil classification zone, which is an agronomic assessment tool. So a lot of times that gets confused in that process. I think because of the legislative requirement that the finance team over there was mentioning, that's why Lethbridge went to head taxing cattle, because they were having issues with their bridge infrastructure and their road infrastructure because of the heavy hauls into the feedlots, and because they couldn't split agricultural taxes, they went to a whole different scenario where they were head taxing cattle in the feedlots. I'm strongly not recommending that, but suggesting that that's to try to increase agricultural revenue where it was needed. That was kind of Lethbridge's way of doing it, because they can't do that split mill rate.
Go ahead, please.
To be clear, I'm not trying to increase agricultural revenue. I'm actually trying to ensure that the benefit of being classified ag goes towards the egg producers, which is exactly what that is for. I'm not trying to find more, egg is not a tax place, is not a place to try to find revenue, in my opinion. I'm actually trying to make sure that the producers are the ones that are receiving that benefit, not the people that are not producing. And I think that that's why it is quite confusing a lot of the time where we change the assessment value of a property because it's rec, but we don't change the land zoning. It's still zoned agricultural and goes in our agricultural zoning map and says we have this many acres of ag land, but it's not actually ag. And it can be quite confusing for people looking on a map because that's not the case. And that's why it can, like, just changing the assessment of something versus changing the actual zoning of something can make it quite confusing.
Mr. Emmons?
And I really appreciate your comments, Deputy Reeve Milhoff, and honestly fully understand and follow every word of them. The challenge administratively is it's all attached to a land use more than a zone itself. And if a current landowner, and that's where assessment drives from, I'll say first and foremost is the use. I'm a doctor from Calgary and I buy a quarter section because it's cheap comparatively for my tax bracket, and I can just have a lot of elbow room. And our assessment department will proactively go out and assess the use, and the use is recreational, and the taxes will reflect that. To go through a planning process and change zoning, that doctor flips that quarter and now we're trying to revert it back. So it truly, those are the reasons why administratively, it's not a permanent designation as far as a rezoning, but it is reflected in their assessment for that reason, if that explanation helps as well.
Okay, additional comments? When we went through the budget last fall, we did factor in a certain projected increase to taxes. Can you remind me of what those numbers were as far?
I will. I'll
Okay,
send them.
that's, okay, thank you. Additional thoughts, comments? One question I have, since we're in the process of considering all funding sources, and we are going through a potential amalgamation with Caroline. If Caroline were to use the full limits of their borrowing capabilities and we did amalgamate, does that reduce our borrowing capabilities by that amount as well?
Our borrowing limits are set by the amount of revenue we generate. So if we amalgamated, we would also have the increased revenue generation of the municipal taxes within the Village of Caroline. So our debt limit would actually increase the amount that they would have.
Okay. So it wouldn't really affect what our current borrowing limit would be? Would it affect our rates if we had another entity attached to us? Because I would assume that since Clearwater County has had a strong financial record for many, many years, I would assume we would get a preferential borrowing rate, or do get a preferential borrowing rate, because we do owe a little bit of money. We do have a bit of a loan out. I just wondered how that is affected by any of those things.
It would not affect our borrowing rates at all.
Just thought I'd ask the question.
Yep. Maybe the other projects just looming that probably needs some more discussion is the Nordegg development. That due from is so let me see what the balance is at the end. Just north of $40 million. That isn't considering any revenue from any of the lots that we currently have or would develop for sale. I think it needs some really in-depth analysis as to what we're developing out there, what we expect to sell, what we expect the markets are going to do, and where the points are that if it stops, if the growth stops, where do we stop, you know? I think there needs to be some defined points, but I think it's, you know, it's a high resource project, you know, it would take a lot of hours to do the analysis on that project, but there definitely needs some more analysis and discussion before any decisions are made on the next, after the projects that are, you know, already on the books as far as the next couple of years, but.
And Councillor Swanson.
In looking at your project list here, Rhonda, for me, if I had to do some adjustments, it's that sewer project for 2030, the 12 million. I would push that out as far as we could because that is really dependent on the growth of the hamlets. And those are connecting lines. That's all I look at that as connecting lines. That's the one big one for me that I would just like, it has to, I think the infrastructure that's there, it can hold, but I'm willing to just push that, to relook at it in 10 years, not even to contemplate it on the next 10 years. But that's my feeling.
If I recall, part of the discussion around that particular facility too was to facilitate the uncertainty that we were facing with one of our other regional partners in service delivery around here, and I think it was to create more options and perhaps reduce some of the barriers we saw approaching as well. That may not quite be at the same position we are now. I think there's a good spirit of cooperation there, and I think we have foreseeable access to a facility that helps us in that service delivery anyways. So I definitely believe that's one that could be pushed further down the line as well. Ms. Serhan.
You have the ability to assign different statuses to the projects within the software. So I was just brainstorming and thinking maybe we have a status that's called milestone or something that, you know, we would trigger to look at them annually and see, have we hit the milestones to put this back into the project plan so that we could remove them from the plan so they wouldn't be included in the reports, but the information isn't lost, right?
Yeah.
So the project's still sitting there, just waiting for a milestone to be hit before we put it back on the project plan. And also, CAO Emmons just mentioned that there's probably some operating I don't want to call them projects, but things that are considered operating to us because they're work on projects in other municipalities that will be hitting our expense statement over the next couple of years too. So those we have to keep in mind. There won't be a lack of projects to pay for.
No. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I echo Councillor Swanson and the Reeve with regards to that project. And I like the idea of setting another marker for it so that work is not lost. I also think that it'll be worth the conversation when it comes to solid waste central site and everything associated with all the changes to solid waste. I mean, that's a $12.5 million undertaking, just when I was doing the math regarding all of the changes that are part of the plan. So that's definitely needs to have a higher level. We need to have a bigger conversation about it, and before we can go, yep, that needs to be part of I believe that's sitting in core infrastructure.
I believe it is.
So,
About 12 and a half of it is.
well, and one of the things that isn't on this list that I know that I made note of was Public Works equipment and the change being from 150 to 1.2 million that they had requested, that they had suggested that change needed to happen in order to be able to fund that.
It was on my original list. I don't
Program.
know how I missed it. Thank you.
So just to make sure that that equipment is funded annually, without it, 150 wasn't enough. And I believe you said
Right.
1.2 something yesterday, or at least that's what I wrote down. But core infrastructure can definitely be looked at as well, because I think most of us commented about the central solid waste being a concern, so.
Mr. Magnus?
Yes. We touched briefly on the airport yesterday, and I just want to bring to council's attention to the 10-year plan in regards to the funding associated with that. We do have a restricted surplus set up for that, and in crunching the numbers over the next 10 years, my recommendation is 200,000 a year to put into that fund as well, and that pays for the projects as provided to us by our managing partner, Town of Rocky Mountain House, plus in 2033 in providing that amount on a yearly basis that prepares us for potential upgrades to the runway itself, because that it's coming on, I believe, 40 if not more years since that runway was upgraded, and like anything for that length of time, you're going to be seeing upgrades. So bottom line, by 2033, if all is status quo in regards to the projects identified for not only terminal building, any other purchases in regards to the airport itself, we would sit at approximately 1.1 million at 2033 in that restricted surplus fund, which would then assist us, and we'd be ready in case upgrades would needed to be done on that runway at that time. So it provides us a bit of a buffer as well, then, and we're not caught off guard.
That was 200,000, is that what you said? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I guess the only thing that I really would love a recommendation from this committee is, or even just some verbal direction is, where do you see the tax rate bylaw sitting, so that when I bring it on, well, I have to have it prepared for Tracy for tomorrow, so. Yeah, so if you could give me some idea of where you thought that should be sitting, so that we could get first reading done the following week.
Deputy Reed Milhoff, your light's on first,
Thank you. Mine was on just
in general.
well, about the fire, I wanted to talk about fire facilities, because that's funded $150,000 per year.
Yeah.
That won't be enough if we were to build a fire hall in the southern portion of our county. And I'm not saying we're gonna go out and do that tomorrow. As I stated, I feel that that is a portion of the agreement that the village needs to be the partner in that. But that doesn't mean that we cannot be funding to prepare for doing that in the future. So even if we increase the annual allotment for fire facilities, it doesn't commit us to it happening to be in Caroline, but it sets us up in the event that it can be. And that fulfills some of the wish list of 2 more of the team members, showing that it's on the list and that we're working towards funding a program for that. Thoughts? The rough math that I had was 500 to 600,000 a year would need to be added to that in order to adequately build a facility to build in 5 years from now. But we all know that those numbers are off because of inflation, so it's actually probably closer to $1 million, but could be wrong.
Counselor, actually, I'll go Counselor Ratcliffe first and then Counselor Cermak.
Okay, thank you. Just looking for an update on the tax rate, the capital, what's the word I'm looking for? The assessment is up. I think maybe more than we expected.
Correct?
You know, where do we sit as far as needing an increase?
How do I, Mr. Emmons clicked in, so,
Thank you. If I may, Councillor Ratcliffe, a large part of that answer comes with this entire last day and 3/4 so far. The exercise that I will give kudos to Rhonda, putting a lot of work into this and a lot of information for council, is to help council prioritize. And honestly, from my perspective, and I'll just offer that up, the I wants exceed the money. And even what council has brought forward in addition to this small list, it exceeds that. And if we were to go status quo, with what Rhonda has identified, no increase would be needed if we built nothing. But that's not where we are. We've had engagement with community about the Ag Field House. We've had numerous meetings about broadband. We've identified the needs for paved roads. So it truly falls to council's priorities, identify them, and then we have an amazing department that'll crunch the numbers and come back and say, you know what, to identify those needs, to address those needs, we're saying you need a 2% or whatever, if that helps. We're looking for the other way around, actually, Councillor Ratcliffe. Rather than identify the money now, identify the priorities, if I may.
And I just, before I go to Councillor Cermak, I'd comment as well, looking at this timeline being 2033 right here. There are a number of projects we know will come in that timeline, such as perhaps another fire station in Rocky, a police station. We've been talking about additional seniors type things. That's continual. So there may be other things that will certainly fill in those areas that only have $2 million in them right now. I'm sure that there'll be wonderful things to do in those years too. So, yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute break since we're not quite near the end. And is that okay? We'll come back to you. You're not going anywhere?
Well, you never know.
I'll put an updated sheet on there. There's been a couple more projects get noted, so I'll send that to Tracy and we'll have that ready for you when you come back.
Welcome back, everyone. We continue on with our strategic planning day here. So I will go to Councillor Cermak. You were on the cube when we went to recess.
Thank you. I just want to highlight one thing about the core, what is that next word? I can't remember. Infrastructure. Leachate out there at the waste disposal, or solid waste disposal, leachate is not an option. That has to be done. That is provincially imposed. Fencing is another one that's provincially imposed. So we can't cut that part of waste. And going on with that, these numbers, you used the old tax rate that we have to get to these numbers, right? Administration used our tax rate at where it was set at 4 years ago.
Yes, to have an increase of revenue of 4.5 million? Yes.
Yeah, okay. I say, and that's as far as it goes, it's my opinion, if we don't increase our taxes this year, next year it's gonna have to be a big chunk. I would rather do a little bit now, this year, like maybe 2% for our landowners, and maybe our commercial and other tax people, maybe do 5%. That's my opinion, because if we don't do it this year, next year it's gonna have to be a big jump. And I don't wanna see that, so I think a little each year is a lot better than one big jump a year down the road, because we know that we're getting to the end of 4 years is probably beyond what we should have went, even though I was a supporter of keeping our tax rate down. If we had to cut services, then that's what we should do. But I don't see after a day and a half or 2 days of this that we've went through with our numbers, you can't cut services or you can't do the proper thing for the people that live in our county and the people and the companies that work in our county. We have to supply a certain level of service to them, and the only way we can do that is by increasing that. So I picked 2.5 to 5. There, I'm off my soapbox.
Okay, thank you. And Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I agree, the leachate, the fencing, et cetera, like, those are the have-to-dos. What I was referring to was, the solid waste program changes, and an example being the central site of 7 million. That was the parts that I was referring to when I was saying that we need to re-look at the changes to solid waste. It wasn't the leachate, it wasn't the fencing, it wasn't the things that absolutely we need to accomplish. It was the looking at how we're redoing our solid waste program and the pieces that go with that, just for clarification.
Thank you. Okay, additional comments, questions? I do agree with the sentiment you expressed there as well. I think we need to also look at, it's a significant investment in solid waste. It is an important service we provide. Quite often, people don't see all the components of that. They drop their bag of garbage off and drive away. We know that it's more complex than just that. We have to have the right things in place to do it efficiently, and so I think it bears a little bit of understanding of where we're going with that and how to do that most efficiently. And I'm willing to be convinced that that's a good investment, but it might take a little bit extra. So. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I think this exercise shows that we have a spending problem, and the two approaches are, of course, to increase revenue, but I think we need to look at cutting back on some of these programs. How many of these asphalt overlays can we stretch out, or how much paving can we?
Mr. Emmons?
So if I may, the danger of stretching out the asphalt overlay programs is the loss of the investment made. When the Strategic Planning Committee was talking with administration yesterday about scientific methods of monitoring our asphalt overlays, we do it every day. So a lot of what we do is actually taken for granted. But it is such a cohesive unit between operations and infrastructure. The crack filling program, when they're out there working and those operational foremen are out there monitoring the crack sealing crews, looking at the amount of wheel rutting and the types of cracks, whether it's alligator cracks or just a longitudinal, so it's a frost movement, all that is triggering up conversations between those two departments as to, you know what, the air is coming out of that asphalt, we're gonna start to lose base, you need to overlay. That is one program I would really caution council with looking at, because the investment's already made, the commitment's there. And you could lose substantial investment by going too far beyond the life of that asphalt. Your overlay actually is your cheaper investment. Once the base course is down and all that preparatory work is done, your pavement's actually protecting your infrastructure now. So I would, you know, when there's opportunity to extend, honestly, administration brings that forward, and we automatically do. You know, like Eric will put a note in there for a 15-year life, and if there's opportunity to extend it for 16 and create efficiencies for a larger paving project, that's just administratively done. But like Sunchild didn't make the 15. You know, the resource traffic out there, that infrastructure didn't last its intended life before it's seen an additional investment. So, you know, I hope council can appreciate the work that goes into really looking after the taxpayers' investments on that.
So, are we making decisions on overlays, like how close to the point where we would start to lose base?
No, I'm gonna absolutely build off that. You know, there's really, when you look at Clearwater County, we're a mobile economy. Like we're not a city, we're not a town. Our transportation network is between our roads and our bridges. That's our lifeblood of our entire county. Between our gravel roads and our surface roads, and we've, you know, even the discussion here today, you know, even you mentioned, you know, paving of 11A. Unfortunately, with anything that you upgrade, you know, requires maintenance, and we've seen really good examples of when you don't maintain your surface roads, the potholes in town, and you know, when we've seen Highway 22 where you can barely even keep anything on your dash anymore, and that's what happens when, you know, you pave a lot of roads and you don't invest back in that infrastructure. And the deterioration curve on asphalt, it's pretty simple. It starts up here, and then the degradation curve is really sharp. And you need to catch that before you start actually getting a lot of penetration into your base. So I completely concur with Mr. Emmons there. I wouldn't look at your asphalt maintenance as being a place that you're gonna try to save money. We're very cognizant of the condition, but if you let it go too long, and it isn't, you know, it's kind of like watching a set of tires, right? You're watching it down, you're down just about to the wear bars, it's time to do it. Oh, but I can get another summer out of it. And sometimes you have a blowout, and then all of a sudden you're having to do an extensive repair, maybe even to the rest of your vehicle. So it's a good comparison, and I would just strongly recommend that other places be looked at than our asphalt. We only have, you know, we're getting up to 360 kilometers now, and every time we add kilometers to that inventory list, it's adding to our long-term maintenance, as well as operation cost, of course. But I'll get off my soapbox now.
And thank you for that, because I think it kind of highlighted the spectrum of things we have here. I mean, we have, basically having a great asset management program where we know where we are with most of our assets and where a schedule to replace them is. We know how to fund it, all the way, the whole spectrum there is pay for it as you get the money for it, or a full other end of the spectrum is do it now with borrowed money. We have to fit somewhere in the middle of all that, and I think we've certainly had a good asset management program where we're not driving it till the wheels fall off. And we're not getting those surprise moments by pushing it too close to the complete life cycle of it. So I think we've had a good balance up to now. I think we really have to decide what is a must-have and what is a nice-to-have. And that's always the challenge here. I think we have an expectation of our community to provide for a safe community. That's my default, what builds that safe community, and then what builds in the best interest of the services we've already committed to provide moving forward. And if we can do it all for free, even better. I didn't mean to kill off.
Financial people don't like that word free.
I don't know first aid.
Yeah.
You okay?
That happens to me, DNR.
While you're thinking, I do have another task for you, is that we have approximately $1 million. I just got the financial statements last night at 5, so there's an additional surplus of $1 million in the 2022 financial statements that needs to be allocated. So what's your top priority? Where would you like to see any residual surplus that we have?
Now he presses his button.
Yeah, he's pretty quick to the draw there.
Yeah. Your motion's coming. It's been a long day.
There was, I just saw like the flash. Was
I know, yeah, surplus, no, just to go, my thought is that infrastructure study for the, to work in, you know, again with the Alberta government or the village of Caroline, just to really know what the infrastructure is in the village of Caroline for water, sewer, sanitary, whatever that is, to know what that even looks like, because it's an unknown to everybody. So that information I think would be very, so if there's a surplus of funds there, maybe it could partially be, you know, put into completing that study. There.
Okay, Deputy Reed Melhoff?
I agree, that would be absolutely important, but I believe that doesn't get capitalized because any projects we do within a separate municipality actually get put into operations. So I believe it would be a completely different conversation, because when it's not our infrastructure, it goes into an operational budget line, not a capital budget line, but so it'd be a different conversation, but I could be wrong.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there, you can either you can be resistant to it, or, you know, where there's a will, there's a way if you really want to do something.
Anyone else?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham.
For me, when I look at that list, I see some nice to haves and I see some need to haves. I would put it towards one of the need to haves. So, like the cell development, that's a need to have, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So I would put it towards one of the cell development. I'm not really picky on which one, but one of the need to haves is where I would personally put it.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Do we have any projections on lot sales for Nordegg?
Not currently. That's a really big analysis project that needs to be completed, and we just haven't had the resources to complete that right now.
Mr. Emmons?
I need to take an opportunity to make another plug. From my perspective, and bearing in mind, this comes from a selfless place, it comes from my hat as a taxpayer, but my experience as an employee here, because I won't live long enough to see it. But the admin building, that is not a nice to have. The inefficiencies of all these buildings, waiting 10 years is showing on how effective this organization is, and I put that in the must-have world.
Councillor Swanson?
Clarification, that resource road project, the 2 million, that is for the Ochese Road, correct?
Yeah, it's 1 million each, right?
Yeah.
It's 2 million short?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's where I
Oh,
put
I
the
got
one-
it right.
There you go, I put that 1 million right there.
I shall go with Councillor Graham first and work our way back.
Counselor Swanson, now that you say that, that's the very obvious choice to me. It didn't say Ochese Road, so it didn't click in my brain, but that would be a great one for it.
And Councillor Northcott?
Okay. In regards to the administrative building, I know that, well, I can't remember everything that was written in there was a feasibility study, I think it was, between the Village of Caroline, Rocky Mountain House, and Clearwater County to see which ones would amalgamate and this, that, and the other thing, but would there be an opportunity for Clearwater County and administration, like, well, I don't know the future of Rocky Mountain House's, like their administrative building, or if there would be an opportunity to be able to work with those two municipalities together, because I don't know what the future viability of Rocky is, according to that study. And if it's a couple of other things that I've just thought of as far as for properties that are rezoned, like I don't think I'd support raising property taxes. Well, actually, I don't. So, but for the properties that are rezoned to a different use, like whether it's light industrial or intensive ag or whatever it is like that, and it's over the 5 or 7 acre acres, yeah, like those parcel sizes, sometimes they're 10, 15, but they could be, if they've applied for that zoning to be light industrial, then that property would stay at that tax rate of light industrial taxes. And or if they did want to have that, have that reverted back to agricultural, there could be an administrative fee to, rather than just, because a lot of properties, they're not in an agricultural state, but they'll go from, an industrial type state, but they don't have an agricultural value, but they'll get rezoned. And then again, the taxes will get reduced. So that's one. And with municipal reserves, if there was the third title per quarter, if that was taken off of quarter, rather than having those municipal reserves having the opportunity to be deferred, but at the time of application, those municipal reserves would be due to the municipality. That's rather than raising taxes. Yeah. But lots of times there's deferred and stuff like that where it could be more of at the time of application, those municipal reserves would be due. Just a couple thoughts. I have some more here, but I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, there's probably a lot of different factors and perimeters around that one. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry. Ochese Road, sorry, I was trying to remember where we were. Yes, I agree with the, well, I was thinking Velcro and like town logo and our logo, like, just because you said you wanted us combined, like as Velcro for council meeting, anyway. So, yes, Ochese Road, I think that there's definitely value in putting it in that, and it signals our partners that we're still shovel ready, we're still committed, we're still good to go. I see absolute value in doing that. And while I don't disagree that an admin building is important, I still believe, like I said yesterday, we need a visioning opportunity with this council so that we can determine what the future of that means.
Thank you. And I've been processing a bit of what Councillor Northcott said around the administration building, there's probably not an awful lot of reason that we couldn't do that in a regional sense. I mean, quite often council chambers, our meetings are not at the same time. Yeah, it's kind of, you know, you could even have the electronically changed sign. Probably has some efficiencies. The hard part is getting another municipality to think in alignment with us, but you know, it's never, it's not, I think it's sometimes worth the try. Is there a benefit? Because I know that they are finding shortcomings with their facility as well, so.
Is that like a get-along shirt?
Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah. Well, you know, there's, yeah. There is try or do not, I guess, so. Councillor Northcott.
My initial thoughts was just, you know, to have one roof, but still have two separate organizations, not to have both organizations where you would have employees intermingled together, but you could, you know, have one roof. Probably find efficiencies with even cleaning contractors and things like that, but still two completely separate organizations.
One other thing, and I try to stay in the positive, so, you know, looking at things that are absolutely critical. And I know the ag rec facility, I'm probably gonna take a bit of heat on this. I noticed that it's 1.9 extra we're adding. That's substantially more than what I believe we have been adding up to.
500,000, yeah.
Yeah, up to that point. That's certainly putting a higher priority on that to make it achievable sooner. Again, in those sphere of things that are essential and those things that are must-haves, I think it tends, for me, to graph along the idea of a nice or a nicer to have. I certainly can see the benefit of that facility, but when we're faced with critical services that people rely on, I think making those hard choices of extracting those facilities through the public purse is challenging without knowing the true benefit to the community or the true vision for that facility within the community, without having a study that really backs that up. I would see an opportunity perhaps put a little less intensity on that particular aspect. Just although I have been lobbied a lot on that and do believe in it, in the sphere of nice to haves and must haves, it falls closer to the must or nice to have. Councillor Cermak.
I think the must-have is for the bang of our bucks for this $1 million. I would like to see it go to the administration building, because I think we can reap some dollars out of that by getting into a new one and getting away from how decentralized we are right now. We need to get centralized so that we can save some money, and that's what it's all about. I think we can make some good returns on that $1 million. And before I go any further, I would like to thank somebody for giving me this. Michelle had this typed up or photocopied for me. It's a Clearwater County Solids Waste and Recycling Management Plan. Apparently, I had missed the meeting when this was presented. So that's why I did not know anything about it.
That's what you get for going off on holidays all the time. Golfing here and there, my gosh.
So I just wanted to get that out in the open here, that I thank some people for doing this for me. I thought I was losing my mind, and then, by gosh, I didn't. Thank you. And I think that $1 million should go to the new new administration building.
Councillor Graham and then Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
I just wanted to comment on the ag facility, and maybe we need to look at toning down the ag facility and making it less fancy. But for me, I remember when I was campaigning, I would ask people what they want, and my number one answer was an ag facility. So for me, I don't know if I should say this or not, but I don't hear a lot that people want broadband. So for me, you know, I'd rather see an ag facility than broadband if I had to choose, because that's what I hear from the community. And in my opinion, the community knows what's best for the community. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. When is the admin building due to be built again? Like what, on the 10-year plan, what year, 2028?
Same as the ag rec, first phase of the ag rec facility.
So by the end of 2024, we'll be at 16 million in that account, it looks like, in the administration facility building. How much is in the resource roads again? Regardless, we're 2 million short for that project that could happen at any minute.
Yeah.
Just, we have some time still for the administration building. We may or may not have time for that particular build, and I want to be ready and not be the reason that that gets held up. That's all.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I guess I should weigh in on this. For me, since we're short on the resource road, I think that would be the best place to put that million. And if that project doesn't come together, then we consider moving it to the next priority.
Be like elevator music.
Sure, there's a silence. I guess to fill silence, I will present one thing. If we have, and maybe administration can give direction on this, but if we have a priority project that doesn't have a restricted surplus, we can reallocate monies that are in any of those restricted surpluses to another project. It's just because we've set X number of dollars, it follows through in our 5 or 10 year plan. But if we have an immediate need, we can, we don't have to bind ourselves to not being able to fund something because there is no funding source. If we have that monies, with sober thought, we can move that money to use it. Ultimately, it's to set it aside to manage the assets we have and over a period of time, so that we're not saying, darn, it would sure be nice to fix that road that's full of potholes, but we don't have any money for it while we have $80 million sitting in reserves. That's not using the public purse wisely either. And not only that, we do have the ability in the immediacy to borrow money to facilitate a project that is in the best interest of the community at that time as well. So, that's not impossible. I don't know if that's helpful, but Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I just have another question, looking for some more revenues. Maybe I should know this and I've forgotten, but where do we stand with an aggregate levy?
Mr. Magnus?
That has been assigned to planning and development, has a direct effect on the private pits. So they oversee any fees or anything associated with that would be collected in regards to a levy. So that is currently in the Department of Planning and Development.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm allowing brainstorming here or if we've, the storm has passed or not. Counselor Swanson?
If we're going back to the mill rates, if that's where you want to go back, Rhonda, I agree with Councillor Cermak. We have to have something, little bump, can't be zero. So if you could bring us back that range, I'll just say from 2 to 3.5 maybe on the residential, and then maybe go from 4 to 6 on the other one, and then that way it'll give us an opportunity to look at what those revenues may look like.
Here. Yeah, I think I can just share that, speaking with other municipalities throughout the region, central Alberta, they're all anticipating increases in those ranges like you described. And I think, I think the community is, we've had something that helps our community through a tough time. We have to deal with the realities of everything is much higher than it were 4 years ago. And I think we have to deal with the realities of balancing our budget and maintaining our service levels as much as possible. All right. Rhonda, is there anything, have we got enough direction for you now, or we could try predicting weather too, but that's probably not going to work any better?
As far as I'm concerned, I think, this is a long, hard couple of days. And I just really appreciate the engagement and the willingness to dive back into all the projects that are on the 10-year capital plan. I know it seems like, we've talked about these projects before, and but to really get into the meat of it and decide which ones are priorities is really important. And yeah, I just really thank you for all the work you've done over the last 2 days, and I'll have 3 items in front of you next week, and just make sure you're thinking about all the things we've talked about and what your priorities are, and this will go a long ways to making the budgeting process for 2024 much smoother, and yeah, just really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, I think if nobody else has any comments, I would look to someone for the last motion of the 2 days. So, Councillor Northcott?
Good. I'll make a motion for adjournment.
Okay, thank you for that. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you learned something.
Not yet.